Greetings and salutations, friends, to more Rogue Trader. Just give me uno momento here as we set up the back end. As we prepare also to go and face off against our Inquisitorial friend. I don't know yet if we're going to be declaring him excommunicatus traitoris just yet, mind you. Because, theoretically, technically, possibly, kinda speaking, I suppose you could still argue that he appears to be acting in the Imperium's best interest. Broadly speaking, largely speaking. And sure, he has displayed what could, charitably be described as extremist tendencies on occasion, but hey, don't we all get a little bit extreme sometimes? I think there are ways to justify his actions, if not necessarily moralize all of them. And hey, getting a hold of a weapon that might simply wipe out, you know, anything and everything that's technological, full stop, on Earth and the universe in general? I don't know. That might be pushing the limits somewhat, but hey, still, there are possibilities. There are ways to explain this for the betterment and the benefit of the Imperium, I think. If you only choose to view it from a more liberal and open-minded perspective. Yes, I think that part's important. The liberal viewing part, I think, is very important, in fact. And then the little tracker button thingy is very important. And then you go over there. Lovely. Oh, hold on. YouTube? Thank you. Silly boob tube. You truly are the worst of us. But only sometimes. Alright, that might have moved my windows. I guess we're going to find out in a second. Oh, no, it hasn't moved the windows. Yay. I suppose I should level up as well, considering what we're about to get into. We're starting the Kenshi funding goal as well now. I've placed it a little high because, again, I'm not convinced you little bastards actually want to watch Kenshi, because I'm not sure I would want to watch Kenshi, honestly. Like, Kenshi is, Kenshi's a video game. Kenshi's a weird video game. I think I've got like 300 hours in Kenshi, alright? And that's only across 2 campaigns, right? That game takes a million years to play. And so we will do 10 streams of Kenji if it is properly funded. Because I think 10 streams is literally the bare minimum you require to get an idea of what that bloody video game is. I do not think you understand what you are asking for. Just like I don't think the guy who asked for Pokemon Smasher Pass understands. I think that was Elsa Sorana. I think you are going to be strangely disturbed by this as well. Ooh. 8 damage reflection. That's very nice, actually. And you're technically... Well, you're kind of my Medicae, but you're not really my Medicae anymore, are you? So, just get more crowns. You, however, you are my Medicae. Ten ballistic skill and 2 movement powers. You know what? That's not too bad. Granted, she very rarely remains at full health for very long, but hey, you never know. It can happen. The real question is, how many days did your created player survive? A long time. Real Holsteinator, how much to play Soma in VR? A lot, seeing as you're going to have to buy me a VR headset first. A lot indeed. What were you using? Lord Xenos, yeah, of course. I mean, well, that's not. Never mind. Want to a second anything? Let's just give you awareness. It's always nice to spot bombs, I suppose. Open to the warp. Probably a great idea. Right.
Service guarantees citizenship.
D&D should be starting again this week. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't at the moment. No VR? No. I got. See, I've looked at it, and you know, it's interesting technology. But at the same time, I also feel like it's technology that's not ready. Yep, it's all about just going to the Inquisitor now. It doesn't feel like it's ready yet. I'm kind of like sitting around waiting for the next generation again, because it feels like it's almost there. It's so close to being there, you know? It's right on the cusp. It is right on the cusp of what I would like for VR to be, but not quite there. I would also like it to be less tied to hardware. Which one is it? Is it this? Wasn't Steam making one? Which is like pseudo kind of open source, where all of the games could use it. I want that. I want to be able to play any game on my VR headset. I really despise the idea of, like, only being able to play games made by the same, like, publisher, if you get my drift, on a system. Because at that point, what am I buying? I'm not buying a VR headset. I'm buying a fucking console, basically. A futuristic-looking console, maybe, but that's just in essence what I'm buying. A console. Oh, you're still burning people, Jesus. It's gotta be a challenge for me. And you're still judging people, too. Boy, there's gotta be a lot of people on this platform. I figured it had gone through the entire populace by now, but no. They're still at it.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I think we quick save now. Oh. I see. Are we burning some documents on a certain weapons product back there, are we, Seneschal? How can be of use to you, lordship? Arof's Colonus, we're too late. Lantok, at your word, I'll track down the monkey to the end of the galaxy. Where's Xavier? Lord Inquisitor is away on an urgent mission. Ah, is he now? He's abandoning you here, then. My master has no need of my service. In this present expedition, I was tasked with cleaning up. I wish to know where he has gone. I was instructed to tell your lordship that the Lord Inquisitor advises against making that inquiry. You blasted. Look around. The hall bears the mark of cleanup. Quick, thorough, and unceremonious. A smell of ash from the burned reports hang in the air. Every trace of the Lord Inquisitor's stay at the palace has been destroyed. The only reminder of it is the elderly servant sticking out like a nail amid the empty space. Tell me where he went, or else! Well, not like he's gonna tell me. Because, you know, he's old and loyal and stuff. That was a mistake. I'm gonna shiv you now, like there's a space wolf next to me. You'll regret this. Oh, I can't actually see what's happening here. Well, something fanciful happened behind that wall there. You manage to jerk your head out of the way, serpentine strike, saving your eyes, but the blade rips your flesh open. One after another, it finds your internal organs, the liver, the lung, the kidney, overcome the pain. You grab hold of his hand, made of rock, and start twisting it out of the cracking joint. The pain makes your foe seize his resistance and realize that the fight that almost cost your life has lasted no more than a few seconds. I want to point out, I feel like the Space Marine standing next to me might have intervened. I feel like the lightning reflexes of the Eldar might have done something here. And I feel like the woman who can see people's intentions and spirits may have acted. There are many reasons why I would believe to not... I'm standing behind the fucking Space Wolf as this happens. I do not see this as a likely outcome. Now, he may have stabbed me multiple times, but I can still speak really good, so tell me where he is. Always faithful, your lordship. Well, I'm less good at that. Really? My coercion is only 115? I mean, only, quote-unquote. 60% chance? Got it. Porta Sempentum. Dimensional Gate. Oh, that one. Go. I will not kill you. Fuck, I will. You stab my ass. Die, bitch. Shoot him through the Space Wolf's crotch. There you go.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Show me the bastard who gets stabbed in the gut and is then like, oh, you know, I'll just let you go. Nope. I don't think so. Another little plasma weapon up against his face and pull trigger repeatedly. Entire group of people salutes you, most of them an escort of honor consisting of members of retinues, associates, secretaries, bodyguards, and assorted others, bow deeply to you and shout their greetings, making a lot of noise. It appears the news of your impending departure has already spread through the station. That was quick. Taviana, the Lord Inquisitor has left us, and now you too. Footfall seems remarkably empty after the recent events. All our decent patrons are taking wing. There is word among my flock that rogue trader Von Flens is going on a perilous journey, so accept this blessing for the journey, noble his supreme glorious greatness, or out of terror. Communicate interaction option unlocked. Purpose of data exchange, strengthening ties and delivering gift material assets, donation to an ally. Aha. It seems as if the video game is about to come to an end. How's Von Valencia? Okay. Give me gift. This unit, regrets, is disappointed is indignant at the fact that link of sufficient high priority have not been established. Friends cannot defeat, while unable to play any research asset, it's both life and so this is the have you done enough of the things across the galaxy before you arrived at this point part of it. Small gift for me and my business partners. Order at the station. Hard to our teachings. If that happens, come to me. How to call those circle class friends. On that point, return, you'll appreciate our willingness to cooperate and the prospect for great mutual benefit that our cooperation opens up. An officer. My commander has me letting you know the strongly value your allyship with House von Flentius. Although at this time we have not managed to build a powerful alliance, they believe that we will be able to strengthen our treaties and unite the Imperium to the Expanse going forward someday. Well, I'm sorry to say, video game, I haven't been paying attention to that part of the video game, so yeah. I'm guessing this is the part of Mass Effect where you get punished for not playing enough of the mini games. I do expect so. I think that perhaps the overall fate of the Coronis Expanse may be
victory awaits.
Reduced after this. Although Chad did tell me to start building stuff at the end, and so I did build some things. That's not what I wanted to go. Everybody shows up just to explain that nobody likes you. Kind of! Oh, Voidork, right. Well, at least some of them kind of liked me, so they didn't like me as much as they could have. A long inspection ahead of us. If reasonable to replenish supplies, ammunition, spare parts, better equipment, who knows what we are about to face. It's probably a good idea, yes. Although I think I've spent most of my, expendable nonsense. Let's see, but as the game is warning me that we are about to pass beyond, I should probably make sure that we are checking if we have everything we can. I mean, I've got Argenta's power armor, finally. I would love to get her an actual heavy bolter, but the stubber will suffice. So I think... Really, I'm level, like, 20... I'm level 31 with these guys, and I still don't have an alliance with them, do I? So presumably, to get, like, the real goody-good relationship, you presumably have to... I mean, that is better, but it's not better than 2 plasma pistol shots, so kind of, but not really. I'm presuming you've got to get, like, English. Full. You've got to max it out, I'd guess. Drusians, do you have anything interesting? Not really. I mean, the heavy flamer... overcharged plasma gun? I mean, again, that is more damage, but it's not more damage than 2 plasma shots, so kind of not really. Yeah, honestly, I think, like, I actually got more or less everything I want here. Confronting the Doppelganger. We need to apply the mark of Satan to developers as well as companies. We need to make it so bad that they'd rather refuse to include DI slop and potentially get fired than be branded with the mark. That is not a bad idea. In fact, that is pretty much what we do need to do, yes. Right, where was I going? I think I was going over here. Or was that me being confused? Porta Serpentum. That's the one with the big thing. Aha, there it is. I wish you would mark these things out for me on the map video game. It would make things much easier. The anti-Necron gun, you're going to need it. I did not. I'm just going to have to suffer through.
Question. Fire is the answer.
Let's see what's ahead of me. Also, Confronting the Doppelganger, if you would like, you can... telling what ways you've been... No. Yep, that's fine. If you would like, you can send any and all donations towards the Kenshi Fund as well. Just, tag me into the chat and I'll see it and I can add it afterwards. Lord Captain, our augurs are detecting energy currents of indeterminate nature within the dimensional gate. Appears to be active. We see a number of ships near the gate, and judging by their markings, they belong to Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's personal squadron. I know this place. Calcazar summoned both our packs here to seal this portal to terror and woe. Much blood we did spill that day. Alas, it was not the blood of Xenos or Warpspawn, but that of the cog priest of Calcazar himself. While they were working out the gate's foul machines, the breath of evil coming from the other side was turning them into frenzied monsters. Lord Captain, don't take it as cowardice, but duty obliges me to ask. You do realize this may end up being a one-way voyage, don't you? I do indeed. Forwards. Yes, Lord Captain, whatever is waiting out there, beware, Fonfalencius is coming. I wish to go through. Denied, sir. Yeah, I figured. In your message, you are entering an area declared forbidden. Any attempt to approach the Xeno artifact will be considered an act of rebellion against the Emperor. Even now will be destroyed. Lord Captain, would you prefer to send your reply with the help of the Vox Cleric or the main deck guns? We shall fire at them, we shall. Some of the enemy ships are breaking formation in haste. They are regrouping and falling back to repel an attack from the rear. Looks like someone has arrived to lend us a hand. The enemy is scattered. Now is the time to engage. And we too shall strike. As you can also add anything to the Kenshi Fund by simply adding Kenshi somewhere in your donation, and the bot will pick it up. Alright.
Order to the crew.
Chapter 5. Right ahead. Ah, my useless little sword-class frigate. You are as disappointing now as you have always been. But hey, at least it absorbs some damage that is otherwise meant for me, as I don't know why, but my ship always seems to act last. I'm actually genuinely kind of curious as to why that is. Is it like the ship's agility rating? Does the ship have an agility rating?
The enemy has lost their shield and
enemy?
their courage.
I don't know if we can declare those guys our enemies just yet. I mean, sure, they don't, you know, help me in any way, shape, or form, but to declare them enemy feels a little bit, extreme, you know? Right, well...
Annihilate them!
Put out torpedoes, definitely.
Macro cannons, volley!
Might as well. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of tempted to just go for this one first. I think I shall go for this one first.
Fire the large batteries! Bleed them!
What do you mean, flank
Do
shot?
not hesitate.
I
Show
feel like
no
that should have
mercy.
been a... Can I ram you? I haven't rammed anything. I can! Yay! I want to ram something. Whee!
This
There's a breach in the enemy
monstrosity
shield.
will inevitably falter.
Hmm.
I revel in the spectacle of their glittering ruin.
Okay, I did manage to blow myself up as well there, but, you know, such is life. Sometimes you explode. Sometimes you don't. Hey, the frigate's still alive somehow. Chat has no idea how painful the Kenshi scenes will be for Arch and viewers.
None
Yeah, that's
will
correct.
lament their demise.
Kenshi's a video game. That much damage through my rear reinforced shields. Goddamn. Right. I don't think my torpedoes can turn in on that, tragically. But at least they'll eat a little bit of damage that would otherwise be intended for me. Alright, I can't turn, can I? Torpedo controls. That will allow me to make impact, which is nice. Do I have the end run thingy? Yes, I do.
Onward!
Alright, I would love to not need to move here, but I don't think that's going to be an option.
Come.
Oh, was that? No, that's okay. Alright, increase range. Still not enough, huh? What if I... Still not enough, god damn it. And reinforce forward shields. Which is definitely going to be a close one. Ah, it's still that much damage, even through the forward shields, huh? Well, better than taking it up the bum, I suppose. I feel like these are basically my ship. 2 forward-firing weapons, lots of side weapons, lots of shields. I feel like the final boss of the game is basically just your character, but 3 of them, which is unfortunate. Why do I not get that thing? Call on 1 round, look at once per round. I thought I would have that by now. I would not. Boarding party, definitely. Alright, some damage.
Another salvo!
They are exposed. Unleash your weaponry.
Unleash our vengeful
Torpedoes.
salvo. This one's going down.
Gosh darn it.
Onward!
Reload, and I shall at least be able to finish that one
Strode
off.
across the stars.
The dark void will erase
Good.
their
Good.
colors.
Do that, try and screw it position over a little bit. If that helped. Sort of, maybe, kind of. Reinforce shields, and we are going to see if we can't suck up another round of ouchies. Go, my little torpedoes. Let's see. Boarding torpedoes, first and foremost.
Heresy's the question.
Swing run.
Fire is
Set
the
the
answer.
course.
I'm very glad you elected to get in front of me, sir. Thank you very much. Now, if you could also have a... Oh, damn it. Oh, no, I just reassigned it for
Fire
fun
the
again.
lance batteries.
Do not miss your chance, Elantak.
Bleed them.
Oh, don't worry. I think we've got him. Oh, very, very close. Okay. That was not the direction I was intending for that to happen in. Nope. Ah, damn it. We just need to survive that. Aristocratic Cthulhu, reassign your ship commander. They got unassigned. Did they? I can still use them, though. Sound like some doppelganger. Have you played Chaos Gate Demon Hunters? If not, you really should. I really shouldn't. I really should not. And now you die, sure.
Cannons,
The
volley!
void ship is now a barrier.
An unsophisticated victory.
Unsophisticated, mayhaps, but a victory is a victory nevertheless. Lord Captain, they have fired boarding torpedoes. It looks like the enemy has decided to take us down with a single decisive strike. Let us fend them off in honest combat. Brace for impact. Yes, Lord Captain, sound the alarm on all decks. All crew members, get ready to repel boarders.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
I see. Well, don't resist the enemy invading the ship or anything. That'd be silly. Wait for me to arrive. A rogue trader. That's a new notch on my gun stock. Never killed one of you before. Ah, fearless, mighty, with the hardest core of stone. Worthy opponent, a far cry from the wretched Xenos' stinking heretics. It would be glorious to slay you. Well, that I figured you'd be preferring to kill Xenos rather than humans, but alright, if you say so. Stand aside, redhead. While I'm cutting off the rogue trader's head, who wouldn't want to kill my first Emperor's angel in a hurry? Attack. Oh. I can't promise the same to you, rogue trader.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Brace yourself!
Forward, Ulfar, big boy. Adelblad as well. Loyal defenders. Oh, no. No, there are NPCs at my back. Oh, that's going to be a lot of... That's going to be a lot of friendly fire, isn't it? Ah, no. No. First and foremost, Ulfar.
I hunger
Get up
for
there, big boy.
battle.
You can't quite act, actually. Argenta, then.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Feel like opening up a little bit of heavy bolter fire? Do make sure to, you
As
know,
the Emperor commands, I
warn
act.
Ulfar of what you're intending to do. Reminder, also again, you can tag me in the chat if you want
Faith
to add
without
your
deeds
donations
is
to the
worthless.
Kenshi Fund. And as to why should I not play Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, well, oh, I could I have used that? I could have used that. Wait, can I still use that? I keep forgetting how that thing works. No, I could not still use that. Okay, well. Pop the purple juice. I should not play it because... Oh, I get that. Oh, okay. I'll take it. I should have done that first. I should not play it because the developers are not nice people. That's why. The developers sent me an email before the game came out asking if I wanted to play their game. And I pretty much always say yes to that. It's like, okay, you want me to play your game and possibly do a video on it? Fair enough. Why not? And then later, afterwards, they sent a second email saying that, oh no, they weren't able to associate with me because I was a bad person on the internet.
Your intent.
And I don't tend to like to give coverage to people like that whenever I can avoid it. And I do tend to hold a grudge as to these things. That is why I will not be playing Chaos Gate Demon Hunter now or at any point in the future. I remember you. I think you tried to ruin my ship at some point. Silly woman.
If it serves your cause.
Speaking of, let's get targets. Prey. Argenta. Well, for once, I am acting before all of the enemies. I'm sort of kind of confused as to what's going on here. It's weird.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Not that I mind it. In
tactically
fact,
sound approach.
I'm finding it rather pleasant. I'm just confused by the fact that it's happening. Yes, let's debuff all of them as well whilst we're at it. Did the same happen with Mechanicus as well? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. See, whenever these companies are actually looking around on the internet for people who cover 40k, they pretty much always come across me. That's the thing. Oh, interesting.
Isn't this a
Are
job
you
for
like
the serfs?
really resistant to psionic effects or something?
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
You are. Interesting. Whenever they look for people to cover 40k stuff, more or less they usually get me on top of their list. But that's all the research they then also do, and after doing a little bit more research, they figure that if they give me access, people might get annoyed at them.
Show you why navigators
And so they
are
usually
feared.
send the message and then
As the
withdraw the
Emperor
offer
commands,
afterwards.
I'll do it.
That's also what happened with World of Warships, where they hired me. They were more than happy with the integration I made for them, and then after the integration was done, and after I got paid as well, then they decided that, yeah, you've got some serious damage reduction there, bruz. Then they decided that they could no longer be associated, so yes.
As the Emperor commands, I
That
act.
does happen.
I'll do it.
That did good damage. Oh, not if I miss, it doesn't.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I'm not sure why it gives me the ability to keep doing that, but I'm not going to reject it.
This way!
Those are blanks? Really?
Emperor,
Yeah.
protect me!
An elite strike force of blanks? Well, that would certainly explain why I'm not doing a whole lot of damage to them. Well, I guess we're gonna
Faith
continue
without
on with
deeds
the
is worthless.
full auto.
I'll do it. Doubt is for
And
the
again,
weak.
Argenta, if you would be so kind as to warn those in front of you that you're about to open up, that would be lovely.
As
Thank
the
you very
Emperor
much.
commands, I act. This is my for you, my Emperor.
Very nice. That is tragically on cooldown.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Quick! Quick!
Oh no, a flamethrower. No.
Follow my lead.
And there goes the big boy. And that's where I was. I was more afraid of my allies than the enemy. Yes, yes, please, please kill the loyal defenders.
My place is at the fort.
Please end their existence.
It will be done.
I beg of you. They are a far greater danger to me than you.
An exemplary strike. I will do my duty.
I am far more worried about the dudes behind me wielding shotguns than I am worried about the dudes in front of me.
All too easy. Not a problem for me.
95% hit chance. Boy, wow. It's pretty damn good by,
Nothing I can't
you
do.
know, Supreme Glorious Greatness Arch of Terror standards. Oh. Hello. There appears to have been a corpse that have mysteriously appeared in front of me.
Feel the icy
Oh,
bite
kick
of
it whilst it's down. Yeah.
Already done.
Boom, boom, boom.
I'll pass.
Hold grudges like a dwarf? Well, you gotta hold grudges in this business. Fun fact, all Inquisitorial troops are blanks because they got... Really? Well, that's weird. Yeah, no, that's very weird because, yeah, no, blanks are ridiculously rare, so that would not make a lot of sense. That would really not make a lot of sense. Why can't I? Why can't I? No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, never mind. It hit anyways. Okay, fine.
You become the Allfather's worthy instrument.
Thank you, video game. That didn't look like it would hit, but thank you.
My faith strengthens me.
You gotta hold grudges, man. If somebody disrespects you, you need to hold them to that. There's no reason why you should be nice to people who aren't nice to you. And hey, I am the nicest guy in the universe, okay? I am. I unironically am. I treat everyone like they're my buddy. Until they prove themselves unworthy of the trust, of course.
A new challenge for me.
What did I just pick up? Mars Pattern Flamer, nice. Mars Pattern Combat Shotgun. Is that better than what I have? 18 to 22? Yes, okay. I will happily take that then. And Bonebreaker Maul, 25 to 30. Yep, that is better as well. Dual wielding maces. Ooh. I don't think a whole lot of things could possibly be more badass than dual wielding maces, honestly. I think that's got to be just about the
tolerate weakness.
highest point of epic badassery anyone can possibly achieve. Can you imagine the upper arm muscles you're going to need to dual wield fucking maces? Oh, God. I'll turn you into a bloody wrecking machine, that will. Can't believe I'm still wearing the stupid hat. Listen, I haven't found a better hat for him, okay? So he's stuck with it. He shall forever have the dumb hat. Oh, right, Henrix. Yeah, I feel like you might object to some of this. Oh, no, that wasn't Henrix. I'm surprised Henrix is still here. The enemy has been routed, your lordship. We are receiving a Vox signal requesting that we admit a convoy of shuttles on board for an audience. The Augurs have confirmed that the shuttles are unarmed and belong to the force that aid us in battle, to wish us to welcome the guests. What force? But yes, sure, of course. Rotator Winterscale on his way aboard a shuttle. Center for Leadership of Kona per transport. Alright, yeah, sure. Reporting, Lord Captain, the attack on the ship has been repelled. All debris has been cleared of trespassers. Hull breaches have been or are being mended. You have eminent visitors who wish to congratulate you on your victory. We meet again, the Supreme Glorious Greatness for Arch of Terror. Hello, Caligos. Are you less cornflakes now? Supreme glorious greatness for Arch of Terror, Fon Valentius. I bear good tidings. The Emperor looks favorably on your campaign. Head into the darkness and be undaunted. Thank you. The Emperor protects Incendio. Verily the righteous shall inherit his realm. And you choose to challenge Alcazar's people. Chkalsa, My gratitude for your support. May the path of those who exact his will be as a radiant ray, an all-consuming inferno of light. May that ray pierce whatever darkness hinders their progress. Caligos, I see your wounds cannot stop you from paying me a call. Takes more than a broken back to fix my bad temper. Yeah, I can't help but notice that you're walking. That's very impressive considering they snapped your spinal cord. What do you mean to do next? Correct mistakes, save what is left of my protectorate, find the world lost to the warp storm, drive Xenos out, weed out the final dawn infiltrators, and negotiate peace with House Cordia. Good boy. Why did you decide to interfere? Quit feigning coy. You know very well I am here because I owe you. Alas, Ventiscales never find themselves in debt for long. Besides, I have never lied, Calcasar. Your acknowledgement of me as a threat speaks to the trustworthiness of your intuition. And now that you have decided to take on the Lord Inquisitor, I would much rather align myself with tried and true ally than someone of dubious repute. Choose your new path with care, Caligos. Ever since even a single step has brought excruciating pain, I've been very cautious about the path I choose. Alright. At least the rogue traders like me, and nobody else likes me, but at least they do. Something, isn't it? In the spatial translation, let's go.
The ancient gate, long impenetrable for the rogue trader, was at last ready to reveal its
Fire
secrets.
is the answer.
After gathering allies and preparing to venture into the unknown, the Lord Captain plunged headlong into the darkness that held ancient nightmares. And the answers to all his questions.
Yes. I see that. I see that indeed. Not all Thaddeus. All Inquisitor troops are not blanks. Whoever said that is wrong. It is why Eisenhorn and Beckwin's distaff of 40 or so blanks was such a big deal. The distaff were a big deal, but I don't know if they're a big deal now. Who knows? About the game, he says. That is sort of Cthulhu. Thank you for your donations, though. And Selection Doppelganger. No dual-wheel power mauls like a real Chad. Absolutely. Translation complete, Lord Captain. Current coordinates unknown and indeterminable. All that is in the ship's immediate vicinity is a dimensional gate that has gone into passive mode and a large amount of debris. No enemies detected. Lord Ulfar may need to be informed that the coordinates his esteemed brothers travel to match a location somewhere in these star systems. Well, that is very, 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 very convenient. Everything has a reason. The threads of my brother's words are tied together. I see Blackmane's will and our meeting finally approaching. Let us find them, Eitvata, for such is our destiny's wish. What happened? Adina says, I propose a hypothesis that it has entered some kind of recharge mode. After accumulating enough energy for a new translation, it will activate again, or at least that's what all want to believe. As command, your lordship, if I may just point out the expedition equipment prepared in advance for your lordship, and your retinue has been maintained well, and is for use at any moment. You've jumped into uncharted sector on the edge of the expanse. Currently cut off from the rest of the expanse, cannot return to your system, chart route to them, management is unavailable. Scarlet faction trade representations. There's no back. Yep. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Well. Surface officers report the remains of an exploration camp with a team of scouts and minimal sent. The gunner party is confused. All the equipment is by the fallen could arm, but there's no trace of anyone other than rogue trader servants. find out what happened. The scouts find traces of gunfire on the field equipment. A single unharmed data crypt is found on one of the cogitators. A group of tech priests successfully decrypted part of the data, including an order to eliminate the exploration team, signed by Theodora von Valencius. Not far from the camp is a pit full of charred bones and fragments of armor bearing the Road Traeger's coat of arms. Scout report leaves Adelblad with conflicting feelings. Despite his certainty that Her Ladyship Theodora would not give such an order without very good reason, Adelblad's expression is somber, like a missionary who has lost his faith. About fucking time, actually. It's about time he began to realize that that woman was bad news. That looks Necron-y. The rocky world is bound in ice and shrouded in a thick fog of dark clouds. August trace a faint signal to an area under the ice alongside a distress call whose encryption matches that used by Lord Inquisitor's team. Decrypt the transmission. Lex interrogators quickly and effortlessly break the clever code. The transmission goes as follows. Acolyte 7th-1 Lord Inquisitor, the event horrific visions occurred. Goodbye, the Emperor protect. Okay. Let's not go down there just yet. They mentioned something about another system. I want to, if at all possible, get the Space Wolf stuff first, but I'm presuming this is... Okay, well, we're going to go down to the planet, save first, but then go down to the planet. Because I want to get the Space Woofs first, if at all possible. Cthulhu Nithan, Necron, so cool. Sees the stats on the Gauss cannon. Owlcat, please. Owlcat. Owlcat doesn't like balance very much. Also, Cthulhu Nithan, everybody else, if you wish to contribute your donations towards the Kenshi goal, you may do so simply by either tagging the message of Kenshi or sending me a message where you tag me in the chat, and I'll probably see it. At least the chances are reasonably good. Oh, is this
time?
No, it's not a dead end just yet. Well, this technology looks awfully sus, doesn't it? Yes, it does look awfully sus, doesn't it? Exceedingly sus, in fact.
None shall stand in my way.
You know, I bet you that tech priest of mine would have loved to come down and visit this place if I hadn't executed him. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Done. Victory awaits!
I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that I'm going to have to fight my way out of here. Unspeakable mutilate the bodies and dump them together in a pile.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. I am beginning to revise my estimate a little bit.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
I think that the Lord Inquisitor may not necessarily have gone crazy traitor.
Follow my lead.
I think instead, perhaps, he figured that this would be some very valuable technology.
I have learned much
And
in
he
my
started
exile.
to poke around with Necron tech, not knowing what it was. Which is a very, 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 very foolish thing to do. Several disfigured corpses in the uniforms of the Inquisition soldiers have been tossed in a grotesque pile. What killed these mortals is still near. I can smell it. A lifeless stench. Not like a corpse, but like the iron teeth in Mordecai's maw. Linguistic analysis. Examine the machine. You've never seen a cryptographic machine as intricate and unorthodox as this. Numerous sacred seals of algorithmic asceticism suggest that the spirit dwelling within is exceptionally cunning and powerful, privy to forbidden knowledge. Try to extract the data. Slow the pathway secrets. Continue the attempt. Codes for traversing minefields gained. Useful. Priority 0. Contact with Paris Squadron lost during Dimensional Gate recharge. Recharge. Okay, so it is recharging. Intrusion. Did I just trip something? Oh, hello there. Yeah, that's a teleportation gate, isn't it? Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, see, that's likely to bring enemies, isn't it? Yeah, like I said, yeah. Oh, heavy. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, there you go. 247% armor piercing, I'm presuming. That's a lot of Necron, boys.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
But, weirdly, I am not surprised, so that's nice. Okay, we've got Necrons over there. We've got Necrons over here. And we've got Necrons not to the front. Interesting. Okay. Now, is this an escape scenario or a stand and fight scenario, I wonder? I would honestly expect an escape scenario, everything considered. I'm gonna... I don't know. I'm gonna assume escape for now, because I don't see any reason why the enormous Necron portals would stop pumping forth evil dudes. So I'm going to labor under the assumption that they will not stop pumping forth evil dudes. Why did I order you to move? That is a great question. I am not entirely sure. Why did I order you to do that? That's a grand question.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Argenta? Oh, of course you don't have range to do that. Naturally. You know, heavy bolters and stuff.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Limited.
All too easy.
Indeed. Not Alfarius. Side with the Inquisitor. He's a good boy. Inquisitors are always right.
Suits
Alright.
my purposes.
So I'm guessing that's a choice then. Side with the Inquisitor is currently the option that we will... Ah! Alright, no, they're cover. Okay, if they're cover... I'm looking around if there's any way to shut this stuff off, because I feel as if I'm gonna need to shut stuff off, but...
If I must.
Okay, and the toxic burst needles don't do insignificant
I am not your
damage.
Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
F. Let's see. Is anything going weirdly? That's working. That's working. According to my side of things, it looks like it's working, so you might need to just refresh the page. Because it looks healthy on my end. Necron scarabs.
Nothing I can't do.
Probably just YouTube having a little derp. It happens. YouTube does derp. Frequently. Ah, of course. Kill scarabs first. Jesus, okay. Kill scarabs first. Roger Dodger.
This is why I was chosen! For you, my Emperor! This is why I was chosen!
Well, that was a... It's a lot of 2 damage. Wait, did you... When did you... Disrupting shot. Oh, I guess that was the effect of the Necron blaster, I presume. 42... Really? 42% chance to hit something that big, fat, and ugly.
Doubt is for the weak.
I feel as if that's a little bit unreasonable. My main concern here, honestly, I need to kill, like, one of the flanking forces so that I can not be flanked from every position simultaneously. It does amuse me how Owlcat is like, we're gonna focus a lot of this video game on, like, stuff like cover and things.
Don't dishonor the wolf with
That
such
path
tasks.
is blocked. What do you mean that path is blocked?
My instincts tell me to refuse.
What? What do you mean that path is
The
blocked?
wolf is on the hunt.
What do you mean that path is blocked?
I don't like that.
Video game, what do you mean? Okay, well,
See how the wolf sucks my hand.
Is that thing in the way? No, surely
My
not.
strike is ruined.
Surely not. No, surely not.
I will carve runes out of your bones.
Alright, the Necron Destroyer has some kind of shield, which I would like to deal with, if at all possible. Iralet, you're kind of in a terrible position. But I don't know if there's any better position I could put you in. Because I feel like you'll be shot at and flanked from just literally everywhere, actually. Alright, yeah, just go hide somewhere for now, I guess. But yes, Owlcat goes like, hey, we want cover to be a big part of our next video game. Wow, cover, huh? That's an intriguing idea. How it's going to work? Well, it's going to work in that the AI never uses it, and the player is always outflanked. Ha! Guys, I see, Owlcat. So what you mean is, cover is a nice ancillary mechanic that may or may not have some sort of function in a theoretical space. I understand. Ah, Owlcat. They do make great RPGs. One cannot doubt this. But they do also do dumb things. One cannot doubt this either.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Adelblad, you get buffed. And... Argenta. Argenta, my dear. I think we're going to try and deal with this flank first, shall we? Let's see.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Okay, couple of little squirts, and you can deal with the Canoptic Swarm nicely. Good grill, good grill. What else would I like to do? Out of range. Anyone needs to move that's in range. Sort of, kind of, not really. Finest hour on Argenta.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Yes. I'm just gonna finest our Argenta. Can I see? I
Guided
can.
by faith.
Okay, good. Let's
As
get
the
rid of the
Emperor
Canoptic
commands,
Swarm.
I act. Eradicated.
Nicely done. Can I hit you from here? No, I can't actually even see you from here. Alright. Now, that still puts Ulfar theoretically in my line of fire.
Faith without deeds is
Let's
worthless.
play it safe then.
do
Controlled
it.
shot.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Is he saying surrender?
For you, my Emperor! This is why I was chosen!
Alright, I do need to figure out how to get rid of that shield, apparently, because he isn't taking a tremendous amount of damage, and I'm presuming that's because of some sort of shieldy thing that I will need to deal with.
If I may, I am a navigator.
You can't see anything
not
from
a
that, can you?
servitor.
No, you can. Okay, well, you
Not
might
a
as well take a
problem for
couple of
me.
pop shots while you're at it. 2 damage. Definitely some kind of shield. Adelblad, my dear boy, I think you're gonna be trusted to take care of these.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Smash. Crush.
One fewer
Destroy.
target.
Annihilate.
It will be done.
I do miss my pistol.
At your beck
And
and
Joe
call.
as well. Making a little tanky. It's kind of cool. Please read the Necron Destroyer abilities. Ah, that's right. It does kind of tell you what it does, doesn't it?
Pain
Ow.
cleanses the body.
Jonathan Smith for $5. Emperor challenged Chaos, won and used the knowledge to create Space Marines. Was he played? Which is why they failed easily, or is this redacted? I don't think he failed. I think he succeeded in doing what he wanted to do, but then the long march of history eventually screwed him over with the betrayal of all of his favored Primarchs. I think he did pretty well for what he was trying to do, you know? I think he did okay. Right, what is your ability then? Attack the yep. Oblivion, melting, that's degree of defense. Weaponize, immune, deathless. Living metal. That's terrifying. Every side except the back. Jesus! That's a little bit bullshit, don't you think? Oh, God, okay. We're gonna have to find a way to flank this motherfucker, I guess. That's terrifying. We're gonna add in flanking mechanics now, are we? Oh, boy. If you say so.
Nothing I can't
Argenta, my dear. Pew pew him. Pew pew him violently. Not a lot of damage. Lots of armor, lots of toughness. Basically, just enormous stats.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I suppose shooting him from the front is somewhat pointless, isn't it?
do.
But,
Oh, too easy.
Ulfar.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
The problem is, I just realized I don't think I can
have
actually
time for
get
this.
around him. Because Ulfar's too fat and
Suits
stupid.
my purposes.
Okay, well that's going to complicate matters somewhat.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Ah, thank you for turning around. You'd actually gotten me in a perfect situation there where I literally could not do anything to you, so I am very grateful that you elected to, you know, move out of that perfect position that you'd made for yourself. Very grateful, very grateful. That still means it's going to be really annoying to get you to turn around, of course, but... El Cicerana, hey, I still can't find the Discord link. Just send the custom rat bricks over Patreon. I can get it then, and everyone can use it. Alright, fair enough. That works as well. Argenta, my dear, dear darling. What am I supposed to do with you? Not bring you out there, because you'll just be shot to pieces. What will I do with you? What will I do with you?
Rejoice in battle!
I think we're just going to continue trying to support the Space Wolf for now.
Injuries will not slow me.
I think it keeps telling me to surrender. I don't think I want to. I feel like surrendering to the Necrons would just be, generally speaking, retarded.
As the Emperor commands.
This may only do 2 damage, but slowly but surely I am adding on the bonus damages to it, so that when I do get around it, I will tear it a new butthole. A very large gaping butthole, so... It's not that I'm doing this for no reason whatsoever, it's just that I'm doing it for no reason right now. Is that another one up there? No, it wasn't, thank God.
I challenge you.
Alright, Ubugar. Yeah, flanking mechanics against oh god. I don't know how the flanking mechanics are gonna work out.
So it shall be my hand.
Keep applying the little things, I guess.
My strike.
Just designate a target.
Because flanking mechanics would work fairly well in a game that has some sort of idea of, you know, that it's difficult to turn, right? If it's difficult to turn, then flanking becomes possible. But in a game where there is no cost for pivoting, I've got this sneaking suspicion that the whole flanking thing could turn out to be extraordinarily painful.
Heresy's the question.
We shall.
The answer.
We shall see.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Ah.
Try to die with grace, at least.
Oh, let's buff Idolet so she doesn't die quite so easily.
Heresy's the question.
Also, an active Idolets. Move. Let's
I approach the designated position.
keep you in cover wherever possible, though. Adelblar.
Service guarantees.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
You know, the double mauls have got to be the perfect weapon for just beating the ever-living shit out of Necrons, mustn't it? Like, it's got to be the perfect weaponry to crush these little tin cans into dust and darkness. Ow. That Death Guy sniper thing really doesn't like Argenta for some reason. Mercenary X21. Oh god, you're a tube world. No Necron female, please. Thilnathon. Arch, read the stats of the Gorse Flayer. Super suffer as I did. Also, my Cassia made the Destroyer have 1 in all stats and 400 max health. Lol. Alright, so the basic one, 24 damage, 10, 6, 25. Okay, that's alright. 11, 64, 10. And the Mythic Attalider. Synaptic Disintegrator, 40. That's more like it. Hum. Surprisingly unimpressive. Surprisingly unimpressive stats, too. Might be early Necrons, though. Who knows? Right, I really want to get over there to you, but it's going to take me, like, years to do, so there's that. Elsis Sorana. So, Module 34, Fem Necron Shooter Guardsman. Ick. Shooter Guardsman Fem Necron. Well, there's the thing.
Not a problem for me.
Argenta, my dear, I'm gonna have to send you over there to deal with the death mark first and foremost. Do your steady superiority thing.
Stand, and thy light I crave.
That will be very, very useful for you two, I guarantee it. Ghostflayer's 25% arm penetration, yep, which is fairly sad. But then again, I would... game balance, I'm presuming. Alright, Deathmark. Shoot me in the flank then, you little shit.
Already done.
I know you're gonna do it. Just get it over with, but maybe I'll shoot you first. I will! Haha. Dodge.
Feel the icy bite of death!
See, that's the problem I'm envisioning right there. Like, how on God's good earth is the game anticipating that I'm going to be able to reliably flank an enemy that can turn 180 degrees, move its full movement speed, then turn 180 degrees again before unloading on me? It's like, how on God's fuck am I supposed to flank that effectively?
You, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless.
They're tough, though, I'll say that.
As the Emperor commands.
You will not undo. Is that all you've got?
Poor Ulfar. It's like, I kind of don't want to follow you into that corner, because... the thing is, I'm not going to be able to get you out of that corner.
My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
Indeed. Okay, well, if I can get more people up there, it'll become less bothersome.
If I
You.
must. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Good drill. Right, Cassia, did you deal with everything over there? You did. All
I
right,
have
come
read
and help deal with
tomes
the
of
death
military
mark.
tactics.
Oh, can I not see
If
the death
only
mark
that
from
were
here?
possible.
Really? I feel like I can see the death mark from
Me?
here.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
All right, Argenta, darling. A little bit more movement speed, please. You know, you can get into cover. There you are. Lovely.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'll do it.
Screw you and your family.
For you, my Emperor!
And
As
your
the
family.
Emperor commands, I act.
An attempt was made. Did I buff you? No, but I didn't
Me?
buff myself either.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Slowly but surely, I'll have everybody buffed.
At your beck and call.
Hello, Mr. Silly Necron Warrior. You and I are going to be acquaintances for quite some time.
Victory is imminent.
For quite some time indeed, as I slowly but surely beat the shit out of you. It's going to take years, little Necron Warrior, but I am willing to take years.
I will endure.
I am exceedingly patient when it comes to this. Ah, yes, please do bring your friends over here. That will speed up proceedings by occasionally shooting you in the back. I don't feel like Arch should come out of cover here. I feel like Arch will die if he emerges from cover here.
I shall not fear.
I guess we'll just kind of inch our way forward.
Nothing I can't do.
I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
Argenta, my good little grill.
I'll
We
do
shall
it.
finish him off.
This is why I was chosen.
I said you were gonna finish him off. That doesn't look like finish him off to me, does it?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
God help me, Argenta. Are you doing this on purpose?
I'll do it.
Sigh. Also, the current thing is we are seeing if we're gonna fight. We're gonna side with the Inquisitor or not. That is our current thing. There's $10 towards siding with the Inquisitor.
The fame-hungry
I guess this won't do anything to you either. No, it won't.
is thunder. My strike is ruin.
Jesus. Okay, Italet, start going around the other way.
Emperor, give me strength.
All
Isn't
over.
this a job for the serfs?
Dead, please.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me.
You're trying to rebuild yourself, aren't you? Yes, you are. I can tell. Old bastard. Okay, come on. He's downed now. Surely you just, like, shoot him, right?
Each
Thank
strike
you.
is a prayer.
That's what I figured. Reload the multi-melter too whilst you're at it. And move, Argenta. Let's get you up there to get
The enemies of the Emperor
started
will
with
be
actually
undone.
killing these things. Epilogue, it's gonna take him many years to kill.
It will be done.
All these Necron warriors. But that's fine. Because Adelblard is a determined individual, and if it'll take him 17 years to finish them all off, well, then it'll take him 17 years to finish them all off. Can you throw grenades? Well, you can. I should just give you all of my hand grenades. Get you a little bit of extra DPS per turn. Does this count as your rear?
Easy.
No, that still counts as your flunk, your flank.
There's nowhere to hide.
Argenta, my dearly beloved, you are going to
I
go
will bathe this
on
battlefield in righteous fury.
an adventure.
My time is now.
We are going to go behind that big boy, Necron
Guided
thing
by
there,
faith.
and you are going to
That is
shoot
for
it
the weak.
many times in the arse. Nice. Then the heavy bolter, if you please.
As the Emperor commands,
Devastating attack.
I act.
Of course.
I'll do it.
Rapid fire that bitch, no doubt. Concentrated fire, why not?
Faith without deeds
Dunker,
is
dunker, dunker.
worthless. This is why I was chosen. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we go.
I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
Another butt
Rejoice in
cheek
battle.
to violate. Unfortunately,
I'll
I
do
don't. Is that butt cheek?
This is why I was chosen. For you, my Emperor. As the Emperor
Butt
commands.
cheek
For you, my Emperor.
exposed. Good.
Doubt is for the weak.
This is the part of the video game where Owlcat teaches you how to
As the
impregnate
Emperor
Necrons anally. There you go. See, that's why I was shooting him earlier, because if you shoot him early on, you'll build up all of those lovely little beneficial bonuses so that you finally do get around their buttholes. You can really lay into them. Have I brain damaged that Necron? I think I've actually managed to brain damage a Necron. That's impressive, Adelblad. Truly, you are a man of countless talents, Adelblad. There are very few individuals on this
Battlefields are
earth capable of
always
brain
drowned
damaging a
in
Necron, but
scarlet.
you are one. Adelblad.
At your back of target, well struck. Victory is imminent.
Adelblad. Adelblad doesn't do a lot of damage, which is fair enough. But he does tag like 3 of them at the same time,
Let's see how they respond to this.
You can't really complain that much. You know, he's a little slow on his feet, but he is an old man. He is an old man who's simply just trying as best as he can to serve his rogue trader. And that is admirable.
If it serves your cause.
Adelblad, break!
Oh, an exemplary strike.
I really feel like Adelblad should have been given more attacks at this point. Like, he should be like the fighter class in D&D, right? He should be able to hit more than once by now. I feel like he has learned enough about combat to the point where even his aged limbs might realize the necessity of hitting an enemy more than once.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
You keep saying that, and I keep telling you that you are.
It will be done. Grey hair, sure hand.
I like the way they twitch. They twitch on the ground, prostrate in front of Adelblad. Sad and disappointed by themselves, probably. It's like, why are we getting our shit kicked in by a human? Why are we in melee? Why did our lives end up like this? The C'tans promised us so much more.
Of an orbital strike.
Well, what can I say? The C'tans fucking lied to you.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, loot. Oh, don't mind me. I shouldn't leave anything behind. Unsurprisingly, the Necrons, of course, simply just teleport out, and so there is no opportunity to grab their stuff.
Challenge for me?
Because, well, that is how Necrons work. Nose itches. Ears itch. Everything itches. This is a sign that my room is slightly too warm. Alright, well, nobody raised any question as to what we saw there. It's fine. Nobody... oh, there we go. Lord Captain, unidentified sickle-shaped ships have taken off from the planet we just left. They're approaching swiftly and readying their weapons for battle. Get ready! It's about to get hot in here. Ooh, oh, eesh. See, here's a problem. I think I might not have repaired my ship after the last time, because when I clicked on the repair ship button, I think you took me to a dialogue option, so this might be complicated. I suppose we're about to see.
Glory of the dynasty.
Yes, I am indeed, on like 2/3 health. Alright, well, hopefully these ships are kind of bad at their jobs. I did also forget to reassign my crew, which I probably will do at some point. Just not yet. Aha! Wow, you managed to miss with Necron weaponry. That is actually a little bit incredible.
Another salvo!
Fear not, my
going
stupid,
down.
useless, sword-crass frigate friend.
Bleed them!
I am here to help.
Torpedoes locked!
I will save you from your own astonishing incompetence. Even if, frankly, you do not deserve it. Ah, yes, well, there's nothing in that direction for me to actually shoot at, but, you know. See, this is kind of the problem with having, like, Necrons be, like, the final enemy of the game. I suppose to people not initiated to 40k, it's basically just like, oh, the cool robot undead, wowzers, bowsers. Because everyone loves Necrons aesthetically, right? In the same way that everyone kind of hates Necrons and how their mechanics function. Like, the Necrons are an incredibly boring faction. But the worst part is, the Necrons today are significantly less boring than they were. Oh, God. Help me. The Necrons were one of the most uninspired science fiction factions I have ever seen in my entire life. Like, original Necrons? Oh. Did you just heal from that?
Macro cannons, volley!
I feel like you just healed from that, which raises questions in my mind. Many questions. Many questions.
This
But yes, original Necrons were unfathomably boring. Incredibly boring. Because they were literally just, you know, undead robots, basically. They didn't even have... Okay. Maximum hull. Lightning arc. Your Twitter was a missing hull. Ships about to be destroyed, and since the full hull of determination is not permanent, and ships continues to disintegrate. Oh, okay, so once per game, it will just completely heal itself regardless. Well, that is annoying, but fair enough, I suppose. That is very Necron-y of it, if nothing else. But then he starts taking damage every turn as it's falling apart. Okay, okay. Where the Kitans were just like the gods of them, and they were around and eating entire solar systems. That was the problem too, because there was no actual way to stop the Kitans. Which is why it was very smart when they made him into the Catan Shards. And they gave them the Necron dynasties too. The Necron dynasties were a great change to the Necrons, because before the dynasties, the Necrons themselves, despite making up the near entirety of the entire faction, had virtually no individuality. Like, they had nothing, you know, that set them apart from every other faction.
Leave the hull strewn across the stars.
The Necron will forever remain a great example of the fact that sometimes retcons are actually not only good, but completely and utterly eminently necessary. It's a rare few times that is the case, but it can and does on occasion happen. Is that right? Yes, that is right. Like Tyranids? I actually prefer the old Tyranids. I don't know, like, I always really liked the old school Tyranids. I think they looked great. I think they looked like more nautically inspired, like more like an army of monstrous manta shrimps. Whereas the Necrons, the Tyranids today, I think just looks way too much like every other space monster, you know? Because now the Tyranids are just bugs. And like, every setting has the faction that is just bugs, you know? And it's boring. What are the Tyranids? What are they? Well, they're bugs. Oh. So they eat planets and stuff? Yeah. They eat people and stuff? Yeah. They have horde attacks? Yeah. And then there's some like big armored ones like beetles? Yeah. Wow, how eminently predictable. Yeah.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
I mean, the trope in and of itself isn't bad, because the trope is, of course, you know, horde army, easily expendable units, reproduces quickly. Fair enough. But, space bugs. We've had too many space bugs. And they don't even look particularly original, because they do pretty much just look like insects. Ah, God. That is where the Starship Troopers movie had just a true point of genius, right? The arachnids. Oh. The arachnids are so well designed.
Time has come.
Like that, the arachnids were a real just moment of mad inspiration on behalf of their designer, no doubt about it.
Bleed them. Fire the lance
Fun fact,
batteries.
the arachnids were supposedly canonically inspired
I am amazed that we prevailed.
by one of those things you use to get paper clips. Not paper clips, but you know, the little bendy things that you use to hold like stacks of paper together, the little staples. Those, the tooth-looky thing that you use to pull those out, they were inspired by those, apparently. Starship Troopers was just the height of bugs in space, and nothing can ever top those bugs in space. Lord Captain, what were those things? They took off from the surface of the world where you landed. I've never seen ships like that, never seen such technologies either. We fished a trophy out of the void, relatively intact fragment of a wreck, and sent it to our engines here, and just in case we've isolated the compartment where they're performing their comprehensive liturgies. Hello, Xenos. Your Lordship, the Carto artifacts claims to have found a mention of Xenos similar to the ones we've encountered. The manuscript refers to them as Necrons. Correct. What is the trophy? Ancients here at the Lost, they say it is a gift born from the omniscience wisdom, but its image was imperfect, and therefore it was eroded by corruption and unbelief, whatever that means. The ship's minor conclave has gone into data meditation to produce a resolution regarding the admissibility of using this item. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, do give them extra rations, I like that. Right, let's actually repair the hull and post. Why do they keep getting unassigned? I hate that. Kill yourself. Whoever does this to me, kill yourself. Stop it. Right, I have like no good shield masters at all. I really do not have any good shield masters. Well, Adelblood, I know you're not very good at this, but you're gonna have to do it. 50% of its strength. Nice. %35 evasion. Makes me tougher. I like the idea of that. Oh. Freeze that. Premonition, sure, why not? Must get an illustrated vessel, are surprised. And act later. Okay, that sounds good. Yep. I want that. Yeah, that one, definitely. Increase my ability to act first? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Right, I don't think we're going to use much scrap, because I'm worried that we are going to need that scrap to, you know, repair and live and stuff. Pascal was your shield guy? He was unassigned due to being dead? Well, you know... Pascal deserved it, what can I say? Hissing of a giant snake. Don't worry about it, it's fine. There are no giant snakes in space, I guarantee it. There are 0 giant snakes in space. 0. Pascal had to die. Okay, for those of you who weren't here, go give me ad revenue on the other video. But... for the short explanation, Pascal brought me to a quest, his personal quest, where he made me read for like an hour. And so at the end of the quest, when I didn't like what Pascal was saying, he made me read even more, even though I knew that I disagreed with him. And then Pascal took away my option to side with the waifu, who I liked better. And then he had the audacity to be like, well, thank God that is over. And then I had to shoot him. It was unavoidable. He had to die. He had annoyed me too much. Most of the surface covered in icy dunes with green... Like, look at Argenta's side quest. What was it? Like, here you are, kill heretics. That was Argenta's side quest. Pascal's, an hour of reading. He had to die. Most of it is covered in icy dunes with greenish highlights. At first, officers aboard the vessel decided the unusual color of the ice is due to a quirk of the atmosphere. Later, it becomes evident the source of highlights is a group of monstrous pyramidal structures wreathed in emerald fire. Examining them in detail with magnicolor, it can be seen that one of the monoliths is damaged. A device on its wall emits an energy beam at a similar pyramid not far from itself. Examine the structure. The Confrontation scouts approach the monolith with as much care as possible, fearing the appearance of an enemy. A small servitor sent to gather data about the energy beam clearly demonstrated the destructive power of the xenotechnology. After carelessly making contact with the beam, it instantaneously broke apart into minuscule pieces. It's curious that the second pyramid is still intact, and that only matter at the source of the beam is being destroyed. Study it. The energy beam barely reflects off the dark metal of the pyramid. Occasionally, a scarcely visible wave runs across the surface of the monolithic walls, after which the material appears to become even smoother. It is as if one of the monoliths is feeding the other, not destroying it. If you scouts decide to come closer in order to better examine the phenomenon. It's repairing itself. The soldiers of the Confrontation notice a fragment of a metallic ribcage melted right into the material of one of the walls like a bizarre bas-relief. Between the rows of ribs, a talisman of black stone shimmers with colored light after each wave of energy. The figure to which the talisman belongs shows no sign of life. After a quick debate, the officers decide to take the artifact on board. They're doing gay shit. They're doing gay shit. Oh, plasteel, sure, why not? Yeah, let's mine some fucking plasteel. How am I bringing that back to the Coronis Expanse exactly? How on God's good green earth am I getting this home? Alright, well, nothing there. The greenish glow of the gigantic ring made from unknown materials flows through the windows of the captain's bridge. The void ship's instrument measures a whole spectrum of various emissions. Sometimes the dull green is darkened by clouds of space dust or bent by gravitational waves. The object most closely resembles a portal, albeit what passage through it cannot be clearly defined. Send a team to examine it. Additional equipment and closer position allow the team to understand part of what's happening. The portal seems to resemble the gate devices used by the Eldari and Drukhari, only made of different material. The metallic shine of the ring alternates with the darkness of the large blocks of stone, reminiscent of the material that makes up the famous Cadian pylons. Well, that makes a certain degree of sense, of course, because the Necrons were at war with the Old Ones, and the Old Ones were the ones that created the Eldar and the Drukhari, but, proxy, definitely. And thus, this might simply just have been commonplace technology at the time, except the Necron decided to make it out of creepy-looking stone, and the Eldar decided to make it out of fucking bone, because they're creepier in mind than they are in aesthetic. Analysis of the wave signature indicates that the construction once used parts of the webway, the Eldari system of pathways. However, in its current condition, the portal is not fit for transporting vessels. It is unstable and often begins unleashing dangerous cosmic objects. Instead of transports, the gate spews forth dark light waves and deadly breaths of incandescent gas, the latter taken from a star's photosphere. Right, well, keep looking at it, I guess, see if there's anything useful. Arcs of incandescent star gases bursting from the ring pierce the darkness of space, reflected by the surface of other celestial bodies in the system. At times, dark light waves bend the edges of the portal, but they are quickly restored thanks to the enigmatic flowing metal. Then, lashes of purple clouds, dissected by threads of lightning, appear at the center of the ring. An unseen force prevents them from reaching the other side of the portal, as blocks of blackstone become covered in purple, scarlet illumination. That's the warp trying to bend through, being stopped. If the ring truly were a portal, it is not fit to serve as one any longer. Still, the heat and gravitational forces... I know, game, you've been telling me about this for a while now. It is hard to believe that a civilization capable of building this could fall. Well, they were just fighting a bigger civilization capable of building bigger and cooler shit. It's like, my god, how could this ancient civilization fucking fall? Well, they were fighting a bigger one. Like, that's usually the answer. They were so advanced. Yeah, but how advanced were their enemies? You know, it's like the Romans arriving in France shortly after the Franco-Prussian War and looking around like, wow, how could these people lose? Because they were fighting the Germans. Proto-Germans, at least. The Guimans. The failures of the French brought us the German nation as a unified force. For this, France can never, ever be forgiven. And a thin cloud, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steppes carpeted by pale gold deadwood. The oak trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscape. The scout from the shuttle sees signs of intelligent life. Judging by the trampled soil and tent frame, someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes from a tangle of paths and obstacle, a maze. The outer walls are supplanted by a multitude of spikes and blades, and decorated with scraps of leather and withered crucified prisoners. It does not take an expert in xenoculture to reason that Drukhari have been here. Bomb it. There you go. End dialogue. Simple. Simple, 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 dimple. Lord Captain, there was an incident on the flight deck. The planet we discovered is located at the coordinates of interest to the Honorable Ulfar, an angel of the Emperor. The moment he learned about this, he chose to abandon ship. Okay. He ordered a shuttle to be provided him and directed it to the world before us. We do not know exactly where he wishes to go, but the augurs have tracked the shuttle to its landing point. Experience gained, 0. I see. I apologize for having to bring you this troubling news, Lord Captain. Well, I mean, go down after him. What are you waiting for? Follow the space wolf. Examine. Ships find former entry center will surface. No clue has been found as to Ulfar Thunderlung's intended destination. But a keen-eyed scout sights several disturbed snowdrifts that may indicate the route taken by the scout wolf. Follow him. The group bravely ventures onwards into the land of blinding white and crackling frost. The sky is soon blanketed with snow clouds that box out the stars' light. The wind, howling like a pack of hungry spirits, sweep away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. The path is full of dangers. A treacherous crevasse hidden under the snow crust suddenly opens wide underneath the enforcer's feet. It is only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and his companions who hear the telltale clack in time that saves the soldiers from certain death. A few hours later, the expedition comes to a plateau. Rising up ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel that once landed on this world's surface. Look for signs of Uwugar. Fresh traces in the snow leading to the ship's airlock indicate that he was here and recently. However, he was not alone. The scouts find strange dips in the snowdrifts surrounding the ship. It seems that someone was watching the ship from a position buried in the snow around the same time that Uwugar Thunderlunge, Thunderlungs? Uwugar Thunderlungs, yes, I like that, was searching it. The escalating storm sweeps over the group as if trying to bury them in darkness. Snow and obliterating whirlwind. Well, go in the ship and set up shelter, I guess, for now. The bone-weary soldiers welcome the chance to rest. Watchful sentries stand guard while their more fortunate comrades stuff themselves with the now frozen rations of the ship's vanished crew. I mean, I hope we brought rations of our own, otherwise that'd be rather retarded, wouldn't it? The temperature inexorably plummets, but the brave enforcers following the Lord Captain's example staunchly endure the trial and do not lose heart. Well, I'm hoping we also brought heaters. I mean, what a fucking ice well. I'm a rogue trader. Surely I've got insulated tents or something. Come on now. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report to the Lord Captain. He has seen a massive shadow in the darkness, and it was definitely not Uwugar Thunderlungs. Light a brighter fire. I want him to find me, because it's one of the other space wolves, probably. Barrels of frozen promethium are dragged outside. The frozen fuel reluctantly succumbs to the heat of the thermal cutters, and fires kindle around the ship. Even this is not enough to dispel the snowy darkness, where the people are buoyed up by the additional light and warmth. A messenger rushes to the Lord Captain to report that one of the sentries is missing. Large tracks have been found near the city post, as well as a few drops of blood. A few drops of blood. He was probably I'm thinking he was probably abducted. Double the sentries. While the sentries cannot conceal the fear, the unknown has robbed them of their courage. Terrible rumbling cuts through the roar of the storm, the clash and clamour of battle, followed by Fury's agonized scream. Okay, well, we've got to check that out. Tied together with rope and bolstering each other with battle cries, the enforcers rush toward the battle in human chains. Unable to see anything ahead in the darkness and swirling snow, they finally stride towards the source of the battle's monstrous thunder. Oh, come on now. Coercion and ballistic skill? I can't speak to them with my persuasion? Why can't I use that? Why am I not? I can use that one. Alright, coercion. Yeah. That didn't work out very well. The insensate body of Wugar Thunderlung. Moment ship for urgent treatment. Despite the healer's prognosis, will spirit cling on, it drags himself out of Morkai's jaw. Okay. I'm guessing Uwugar is going to come to me to tell me about that. Oh, good. More plasteel. Fantastic. So, Uwugar, do you have something you need to tell me? You wanna explain why you got your ass kicked? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see indeed. Oh, I see indeed. Uwugar. 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 Are you gonna tell me that, that one of your friends is a little bit furry now? No? Okay, well, I'm presuming that Uwugar will come to me to tell me about that. We're of the Voxmaster. Okay. Uwugar. Is one of your friends furry now? He's feeling better, Lord Captain. The ship's surgeon was amazed at his resilience. The esteemed Lord Ulfar is currently convalescing in his chambers. Alright, bring me to him. Are your pack furries now? Are they fluffy? Don't they like you anymore? Do they uwu at the moon? Ulfar's dark figure towers over you. His head is lowered, his hair hanging in a curtain across his face. His fair skin is cross-hatched with broad crimson scars held together by metal staples and covered with black spiked runes for physical healing. Could an ordinary mortal have survived such injuries? Unlikely, as I stretch. With a twitch of his finger, Uwugar bid the two servants in attendance to step away, so as to not intrude on your conversation. They silently retreat. Edgewater, I must thank you for saving me. I had a difficult battle. I'm glad you survived, Uwugar. I always survive. You seem more somber. By bitter Uwugar. 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 We don't need you singing to me. That's fine. Your bad poetry can stay bad poetry. By bitter paths comes wisdom. In a wake of bloody loss and shattered dreams, heavy thoughts weigh on its broad shoulders. It enters unbidden and takes a seat by your heart. Do you still believe you'll find your brothers? I've already found them. Oh, I will find them. Probably not alive, but I will find them. You can tell me anything about your new furry friends? No. Did you find any trace of your brothers? The vessel I found, the revelation granted, that was them. Inside there were signs that wolf scouts leave for their brothers. The baleful howl landed the ship on the surface and left, and the rest of the crew disappeared, probably frozen to death. I followed my brother's trail until an unknown foe blocked my path, and battle ensued. Unknown, huh? Unknown, I see. What foe is capable of this, then? An evil spirit attacked me from behind and wounded me instantly. A Attacked you from behind. That's why you have a gruesome scar on your chest, do you? I see. I see. It's an interesting definition of behind there, Urugar. Snow covered my eyes, and I could only make out shadows, but it moved fast, and it was strong. If the Allfather's gift had not knitted my ribs into a hard carapace, that blow would have been my last. I can still feel its claws in my chest. Claws. Frost shredding fresh. Wounds left by spirits are dangerous. They create a spiritual link between your body and its pernicious mind. The only way to heal such mutilation is to brew a potion from the blood split by their incorporeal bodies. Spirit wounded me too. Both marked. Ship's crew to their deaths. Well, let's not pick on that. No. Why did you go to the world alone? So I did not have to bury your body in the snow, Eitvata. It is not out of arrogance that wolves do not allow mortals into our affairs, but because of the burdens of these deeds is heavy, and they reek of death. Just considering what kind of threat you could have been facing, in a place where an entire pack of Astartes had disappeared. If I'd risked you for the sake of fulfilling my vows, would that have been worthy of me? We fight together. Do not forget that I am your Eitvata. You and I are different. Your way is to rule and build, while mine is to destroy and chase down prey. So is the Allfather's plan, and in that plan, my death on the battlefield is an expected and joyous event, while your death would be premature, sorrowful, and damaging to many lives. I'm glad we find you a lovely little abode. And Astartes need very little. A cell on the table where I can perform the purifying rites of my weapon. That is all I require. But to keep the armor bestowed upon me by the Allfather in some shabby cubicle would be sacrilege. This chamber will do well for the vestige ceremony. There is good plasteel beneath the rich decoration and gilding. Yes, I am satisfied. What will you do now? I must return. My foe awaits me, and it would be dishonorable to retreat from this battle, but I will need help in the fight. You could have just done that to begin with. Let's go, Urugar. Let's go find your new furry friends. Urugar, Urugar, Urugar. All of his friends are space wolves now. Maybe not all of them. Some of them might not be space wolves. Most of them are going to be space wolves, but some of them might not be. Come, Urugar, we must go find your furry friends now. We must discover their furry bodies in the snow. We could have done this to begin with, Urugar, but you decided you wanted to go alone. It's like I could not possibly risk you, Eitvata. By the way, Eitvata, I would like to risk you now by going back down to the planet again. I see you, Urugar. You're as brain damaged as you are strong, I see.
Centuries of service and practice.
Virtuous vindication, a melter.
Was that supposed to be a joke?
A big boy melter too. A really good melter, yes. Very nice, very nice. And that's a one-hander as well. Okay, well, do I have a bolt pistol or something for you, perhaps? That's a pretty looking one. 14 to 16 bolt pistol. 18 to 27, that's a lot better. There you go. Also, we should probably make sure that you have ample Gladiator's healing crit. More Xenos wounds. Oh, okay. Skin patch. Should make sure that you're carrying plenty of healing bags.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Scouts discovered Ulfar's lifeless body here.
Let us see what I found.
Well,
I better myself through my service.
the space wolves are sane enough to leave traps behind, so I'm presuming not all of them have gone full furry.
Stop. There. Do you require
Thank you for your
an
warning.
audience?
Oh, please disarm. Don't step on.
I failed.
Argenta, dumb woman.
Duty prevails.
Hunt brothers.
None shall stand in my way.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment.
Thank Ross for my sharp senses.
You're failing a lot today, Argenta. Perhaps you
The
could
Emperor
cease.
favors me today.
Perhaps you could
New
stop being such a
challenge.
woman. That would be lovely. Ah. Woofsicles. That's a popsicle, except it's made of woofs. No, they all had helmets on too. That's very unusual for space woofs. My brothers. Once again, fate has barred me from traveling to the Hall of the Allfather with my brothers. Look around. Stomach of the battlefield was a little, but it's clear the wolves gave furious battle one last time. Who were they fighting? I smell no corruption on their bodies, and I see no trace of Xenos weapon. I think they did battle with humans here. What do you think they were looking for? I do not know what they were seeking, but they certainly found someone here, otherwise this crime would not have been committed. They met their doom with honor, as befits true warriors. True enough. No one would dare say that the baleful howl would stare into the eyes of Morkai with anything but joyful awe and fire in their hearts. I sense evil in their deaths. The souls of the baleful howl are not at rest but remain here on the battlefield. They are not with the All-Father. I must escort them to him. Will you bear witness to the last honor given to my brother? I shall. Ulfar begins stabbing the corpses. Ah, savage, I see. On the cold world they gave battle, the Paxphere's name never disgracing, so ends the saga of the baleful howl, and the void thunders with echo unending, Fenris Hjolda. Hear my oath, All-Father Yelga Thura Ag Yimya. Let's drink to my brother's Eitvater, then we will build the pyre. I think this might burn through my insides, but I've got pretty good plastic surgeons, so sure, let's drink the promethium fuel. Mjord is not for human consumption, incidentally. Not at all. You'll die. That's a sign. Fate walks beside us. Skull. Oh, I see. I am going to die, aren't I? The brothers bear witness, which means it is time for us to meet my last comrade. What comrade? Oh, the fluffy one over there. There's one missing among the dead. Now I know who I was fighting before. It was Brother Ignilf. I see. The wolfmoon raises his hand and howls. Well, you intend to look for him. He will come. Let's do this. The beast now comes, and his cruel howl awakens the fallen warriors of Fenris. I'm still very drunk. This could be a problem for my ability to aim my weapon. But where's the Wugar? These aren't space wolves. What are you doing to me? But I wanted to kill the Wolfen. Why are you not giving me the Wolfen fight that I so clearly deserve, video game? Are you going to pretend that this is going to be the Wolfen fight? Okay, video game. Or if you add these effects to things, it'll make them more weird and epic. No, it won't. It'll just confuse me more. There, get dicked. Oh, Brother Adelblad, please, get into melee. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know if I appreciate this sound effect. In fact, I don't think I appreciate it at all. I think, in fact, it pisses me off a little bit. 0 damage. Monolith, my dear. I need your armor-piercing prowess. There will be no cover for you here on this ice world. None whatsoever. 73, not bad, I guess. Even Irlet's whining sounds just a little bit weirder in this sense. And kick him in the penis just to, you know, wrap it all up. Cassia, you may proceed. I feel like I hear a weird synthy beat music in the background. I'm not sure if that's my imagination. You can hear it too, like dump, 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 dunk, dunk. Am I imagining things? I might be imagining things. It's entirely possible that I'm imagining things. It happens quite frequently, honestly. Well, I think you're on fire, so I think you'll just burn to death the next turn. Weirdly, the noise is reminding me of that game. There was a game years ago now. I think it was called Mother Russia Bleeds. That was the name of the game. It was this highly stylistic 2D brawler style game, which basically the entire gist of it was that it was ultra violent, like full-on retardo level ultra violent, where you were some crack addict or something, I don't know, something like that, and you had to kill Putin or something like that. And you had to do this by getting through sex dungeons filled like with people in bondage masks and shit. And crocodiles, and zombies, and stuff. It was a wild little ride, I must say. Very good soundtrack, even if it makes you physically ill to listen to it. It's like, you know, it's like a brown note noise. Except rather than making you want to poop yourself, it just makes you want to stop. I feel like your weapon should be overloading by now. I like how the death sound was played during normal volume, just splitch. Oh no, now the rest of them want to play too. The consequence of my actions. Uh-oh. Well, luckily, I think they're too fat to actually get at Arch there, so that's actually not as bad as it looks. It looks far worse than it is. Cassia, would you be a darling? Just come down here. Do buff Argenta. I think she's going to need it in a second. And then just stare really hard at those two ghost space wolves there, if you please. Oh, you're Earlet. That's not necessarily what I intended, but it works out too. Just double clip. Just double blast that. Yep. Granted, the ability for her to just keep shooting is pretty useful. In fact, Idlet, why don't you keep just shooting? There you go. Good girl. Well, Adelbard, you go over there, and I'm just gonna hope that they're too fat to get at me. Attention, my dear. You're going to have to extricate yourself from melee. Ow. That hurt more than I was expecting for it to. There is definitely a little bit of a reverb there somewhere. I can hear it, I can. Beautiful, beautiful Argenta. Much badonka. Finest hour, Cassia. And book. Please continue, my dear Cassia. Eventually you will succumb. There we are. There's the space wolf. Did you not manage to get the Space Wolf model in game? So we're gonna have to do this through Storybook? Did you run out of development budget before you could model him, or what? My verse you will hear, glorious brother, of how the paths of Uwugar Thunderlungs, from the first and the last wolf of the baleful howl, were intertwined. Over his brothers called bodies standing, Ulfar, the hard-armed, proclaimed to the sky their glorious sagas, and this last homage paid to those warriors proud, as this witness taking his companion of the line of Fonfalencius. The blizzard was raging and the wind furious howling, as under that terrible clawed paw the snow crunched, and in the dead light of a mood strange to human eyes, a beast, long fur bristling of death reeking, into the circle stepped. Let's call two summoned to battle against the beast. Ye did not fear to meet me, perfidious spirit, who the name Doppelgrendl claims. I see you have not learned from the last battle, though you paid for it with gouged eye. So spoke Uwugar Thunderlungs, and the beast replied, of your spoils you boasted to the priests in vain, Ulfar ever lost. My body alone you wounded, but your spirit maimed, and your weird crippled. Then came the turn of the Aetverter to speak. The Hatchfather just looks at him, but with them both. So, Uwugar, want to explain why that monster is wearing your armor? Don't pay attention to that. Don't pay fucking attention to that. It's not point. Yes, kill. The grain was merry and full of bloody joy. For insolence you will pay with tears and blood. So answered the dread spirit, and to harsh oath served the hurricane itself as witness interruptible. Enough words. The power of words spewed from the beast's mouth, grinning, the cry of the wild hunt, and the embittered souls hearkened out of snow and wind. Wolf bodies were woven from the warriors who died an unclean death The unavenged evil never forgetting. Their ice fangs gnashing, they approached into the roiling sky howling. The first brother by Uwugar was vanquished. Oh, athletics rolls and awareness. Wow. Okay, well, the toughness will at least work out. Then, with laugh booming, the heavens were split by the formidable Ulfar. His battle friends guarding with a mighty wrench the wolf's jaw he tore, opening them wide with evil charms banishing. With dignity was met each brutal strike, and with savagery was slain each deadly foe. But the beast was not yet vanquished. Roaring his body he threw into the fray like a mighty spear thrust. Howling his claws cut through the adamantine. The warriors fought the river of blood spilling. Uwugar Thunderlungs, his battle song singing. The black curse, his vicious rival echoing. The warriors were clashing when cunning Eadvartar... Well, I can't do that, and I can't really do that. I can't do that, and I can't really do that. Well, I guess I just shoot at him then. Yeah, missed. Oh, no. I didn't click. No. Can I go back? By the power of icy fences, I do curse you. If you look into the past, you shall see only deceit. If you look into the future, you shall see only treachery. The false friend's dagger shall open your breast. The arrows of deceit wrought shall pierce you back. Thus spoke to Eadvartar, the spirit born in sorrow, cursing, and then the bloody wound he spied. His breast was cut, his heart was quiet. The Eadvartar's death had caught him unaware. Really, am I dead now? By the power of icy Fenris, I do curse you. Oh no, that was on. Persuade him. I can persuade him. That I can do. The heat of those words are the Eadvartar's heart inflamed, the spirit's fatal vision banishing. So the dark beast in the snow, his chosen name the Doppelgrendl, and over his body standing Uwugar said, "Before you die, answer me, evil spirit, who killed my brothers, the baleful howl." In his death's rasp, the Doppelgrendl answered, "Brother, we were doomed, not by the arch-enemy's followers, nor by the despicable inhumans who did not touch our armor, nor with dark sorcery did the Maleficus defeat us. No, it was the humans who oath of friendship swore that plunged the blade into our back. The treacherous plot in malice hatched." The pair stood together over the prostrate body, the body not of a beast but of a brave fallen brother. The fearsome Uwugar declared an oath of vengeance, and the mighty wolves to Kjalhalla. Kjalhalla? Not Valhalla, but Kjalhalla. Okay. When charging, they went knowing... They went knowing that from their betrayers 3 times the blood price would be exacted. The honor of Fenris you have defended, Uwugar Thunderlungs. My brothers, the All-Father's hall entering will boldly tell that in death they have not forgotten with a joyous roar. With these words they will answer, for they surely mean that fierce Fenris still stands. So Ulfar, a mighty word was spoken, a proud funeral dirge was sung. His brother, weary body, cursed by grief, from his carapace was freed and laid upon the pyre. The old spinners weave the weird thread cruelly, no enquiries or entreaties accepting. Uwugar Thunderlung cast his gaze and clearly he beheld. Bloodcrave, Emperor's Justice, the end of his trail. Know, my brothers, that my heart will have no peace until I see you in Kjalhalla. I hear your laughter and your proud war cries. I'll carry them into the darkness for the baleful howl. Many foes I will smite to glorify your deed. Many I will put to death to honor your memory. When to the ground I fall, mortally wounded, you will meet the lone wolf in Kjalhalla. Did you think to return to Torvald's pack? No, for he would betray his brother's memory. The name of the baleful howl would not be forgotten, while the last had not yet fallen. Let us remember, brothers, the baleful howl, daring hunters, fierce fighters, and troublemakers without equal. Let us glorify their exploits and glorify their fallen. With honor have these wolves gone to Kjalhalla. Stop reading. I hate you reading. Let us remember the mighty brother Uwugar, who did not abandon his pack in the snowy waste. Let us remember the trader of the Funflints' line, he whose name is known and honored on Fenris. Let us raise our cups and cry in the face of Helwin's gale. Father, we live still. I do appreciate the idea of those things, but boy, they are far too long. They are far too long. And I feel like they could be better told through, you know, cutscenes and stuff, but I suppose that would require a budget, and I am sure the video game does not have a budget. That does appear to be the problem. That the video game does not have a budget. So, hold on now. Hold on now. Is that the correct end to his quest, though? Uvugar. Find Ulfar's pack. To complete the quest. Yes. That does appear to be the correct ending. Alright, well, that is Uvugar's storyline then. Uvugar's brothers were betrayed by the Inquisition. I am both shocked and surprised. Truly. Truly shocked and surprised. Except no. More little ships to destroy. I think there's only... how much can there be left? I'm wondering.
The stars will judge you.
Oh, I get to act first for once? Holy shit. That's interesting. I never get to act first. Alright, well, put the little toppy whoppies in the void, first and foremost. I wonder... do I want to head to them?
Set the course. Bleed them.
Well, I kind of think I do.
This one's going down.
Ah, that's the short-range battery on that side, isn't it?
Onward.
Yep, other range battery.
Another salvo!
And that is going to make one of them have to do that little health bar thingy right off the bat. Not bad. Right, I'm probably going to want some shields. Did I guess correctly? No, I guessed incorrectly. Ah, very unfortunate for moi. Some vulnerabilities scan that thing. Hopefully the sword class frigate will be even more aggressive in its commitment. Can I make that turn with the torpedoes? Faster than I thought they would be, I must admit. Right, surely you will be a big fatso, right? Yes, you, my torpedoes, can probably reach.
The enemy shield is down.
So, little,
time to unleash a counterattack.
Little sword class, why did you place yourself directly in front of me, incidentally? Was that a wise thing to do? Or was that a retarded thing to do? Okay, you're not actually bodying my path, which is nice.
Volley.
New heading. Odd turn.
Fire the lance batteries. Bleed them.
Reload weapons.
Leave their hull.
Put the Jackal class down. And just a little push. There we go. And that forces it to do its health bar thingy as well. Lovely. And no chat. I see. It looks like Kenshi's not going to make it. To be fair, I'm going to keep this... it's not going to be a one-stream goal or anything. I'm going to keep it going for a while to see, so everyone has an opportunity to look at it. But the thing is, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
Lay in the course.
I don't think you want Kenshi. I think you think maybe you want Kenshi, but I don't think you really want Kenshi.
Bleed them!
Kenshi is a retardedly autistic video game. Far too retardedly autistic. Is there any way I could get you within the arc of these things? I don't think so, no. Maybe if I just... Nope. Oh well, I'll kill you next turn. Good little sword class frigate. If you keep up this up, you might actually get your very first kill in this entire goddamn campaign. I don't believe it, because I'm pretty sure you're going to get blasted out of the sky very soon. Yep, there we go. Huh, I don't know where the enemy ship went either. Maybe it just blew up because, yes, it must have disintegrated due to damage, I'm guessing. Because I'm pretty sure there was supposed to be an enemy boat there. Now, come to me, City Crash Outclass.
Set the course.
Put the torpedoes in the void, armsman.
Salvo.
Damn it, still not enough. Oh, I'm definitely not going to use that, but I will use that just to annoy it. Just to annoy it. Okay, torpedoes. Well, unfortunately, me making a turn may actually have made the torpedoes a bit more difficult to land.
Macro cannons, volley!
Ah, wait, no, I don't need to. I can just do torpedo control. And then... Can I turn into it? No, I can't, but I can explode next to it. Die, silly Necron thing. Or, well, you know, don't die, but fully regenerate. You know how it is.
The time has come. Fire the lance batteries. This one's going down.
Anally pounded. Strengthen the shields on the right-hand side. Also, Sorana, I want Archer to play Mist from start to finish. Maybe I'll dump it on the 500 to make it happen. Mist? Mist. Is that what I think it is? Mist. Mist. The puzzle game series? Oh god, no. Not a chance. Not a chance, Elsie Serrana. Listen.
Bleed them.
You are valid patron and valid customer. Valued and valid, I suppose. And I appreciate everything you've done. Your many donations, tremendously appreciated. But Mist, God help me no. God help me no. Arch will put down foot on Mist. Jesus Christ. Now, Myth, we might have a deal, but Mist, oh, Jesus. Fuck it. You do not want to watch Arch play fucking puzzle games. I swear to Jesus, you do not. It was a terrible idea. Terrible, terrible idea. Why does it keep... Oh, it's because Uwugar got wounded. Stop reassigning them, you little dingbats. I hate you. Wait, you can upgrade those abilities? I didn't know you could upgrade those abilities. I didn't know this. I'll do that then. Yeah, upgrade. Sure, why not? I had no idea. I didn't know you could upgrade abilities. Holy shit. Begin your scan. A puzzled Augur operator reports that an expeditionary shuttle belonging to the Von Valencia's fund was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it is assigned to your vessel. The operator also states that the entrance to the system tunnel was spotted next to the shuttle. Okay. After disembarking, you notice the shuttle is buried halfway in the sand, and the Von Valencia's coat of arms is practically erased from its side. This shuttle has clearly been here for a very long time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of archaeological equipment on which one can just barely make out the emblem of the Explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to massive black doors of Xenos origin, the entrance to the tunnels. The descent into the depths takes several hours. You make your way through cramped corridors, giving way to huge black halls, where dim emerald glow from no discernible source brings forth the silhouette of equipment abandoned by the tech priests. The suffocating, oppressive silence that accompanies you during the descent is broken only by the echo of your footsteps, deafening and yet so insignificant against the background of the Cyclopean arches. All right.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Master Serana, not all of them, just the first one. Wouldn't force you to Riven, that's a mean lol. Besides, the first one is the easiest.
Fire is the
It's
answer.
about time.
I appreciate the attempted mercy, but Arch does not do puzzle games. Arch hates puzzles. Arch really, really, really hates puzzles.
I won't
The only
tolerate
puzzle game
weakness.
I have ever enjoyed was Andy and Lele, because the puzzles there are so brilliantly designed that even my incredibly low IQ is almost immediately capable of detecting.
So many brave souls fell, and their wrath brought down the very vaults of this tomb.
Yeah, I don't think they're dead, bruh. In fact, I'm sure they're not dead, bruh.
I did fine.
Yeah, I know they're not dead, bruh. I know we're about to be fucking
My
surrounded,
success
bruh.
was
None
inevitable.
shall stand in my way.
Bruh. At least they managed to collapse this tube entrance, so they did something worthwhile, even if it wasn't much.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Bruh, I don't think they're dead, bruh. Bruh. Right, Adelblad.
I cannot be leashed.
Wugar. Get ready to fight all
Join
of them.
me in prayer.
Oh. Hello there. I was hoping I'd deploy a bit more before then.
Die, inhuman scum!
Sujard, left, fuck, and port are all four-letter words. Kenshi. Right, there's the first donation to Kenshi. Let me just do that. I'll just double check the thing actually counted it. It didn't, did it? I think it requires you to do like the capital letters. Right, let me add that in manually. There you go. Video game. I knew this was going to happen. I was entirely aware of this. You cannot trick me. And I know that you're going to bring more of them to life as you continue to do this. I know this. You cannot fool me. There is no way for you to trick me into any of this.
Not a servitor.
Oh. Right, I should probably have ran you up there first, shouldn't I? Because... 54%, I'll take it.
You, my Emperor! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's see how immortal you truly are, little Necron. Okay, you're in contact with that. That's fine.
If I may.
Argenta, just get up there so you're ready for next time, I guess. Necron Warrior, I am genuinely not that concerned about the Necron Warrior. So I am just going to continue nuking down the Immortal.
If it serves your cause. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
The great sleep is over.
You speak English? I'm surprised. Did they teach you that in Necron school? Ow. You know those are supposed to be anti-tank weapons, right? They really shouldn't hurt that much to, dudes. Those should hurt a lot more, incidentally.
Price. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Give it a little buff.
Insignificant.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Insignificant, you say?
Commencing.
We'll see about that, won't we? Yes, we will see how insignificant it is after I've shot you another few dozen times.
Pet monkey. Ancestors, guide me!
Me?
How insignificant is it feeling now, Mr. Necron? Not quite so insignificant now. Necron Warrior wakes up next to a ginormous space wolf. Doesn't quite know what to make of it.
Suits my purposes.
Moves 2 inches.
Not a problem for me.
He doesn't want to feel like he's betraying the dynasty, so he's got to do a little bit of moving.
I'm a navigator, not a servitor.
But he's also not at all comfortable with the situation he's found himself in. He doesn't understand how the galaxy has changed since he woke up.
The Triarch is eternal.
When he went to sleep, there were no enormous furries in the temple. And now that he wakes up, there is an enormous furry right next to him, rubbing up against him. Cautiously, generously, gently, assertively, aggressively, violently.
I am his will made manifest.
I wonder.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I can. Oh, well then.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's get to thunkin'.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. For you, my Emperor.
Good girl, Argenta. Good girl. Continue your mass slaughter of the enemy, please.
As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer.
Insignificant.
I'll give you insignificant.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
A lovely opportunity to test out a new melter gun. Actually, no, because the new melter gun is out of range. What about the new bolter?
This is why I was chosen.
119 damage. I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. Seems pretty sturdy, actually.
So shall it be.
Kick him when he's down.
Wolves reign.
A tactically sound approach.
Service guaranteed.
I took care of this one.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
So Shard, left, fuck, and port are all 4-letter words is something to help people remember that port is the left side if you're looking at the bow. Kenshi. I mean, supposedly true, yeah. Oh. Are you being assholes to me? You are, aren't you? I don't like this. I don't like this one bit.
Great sleep is over.
Ha! Bitch. Okay, Irolet, I know you're kind of beat up, and I know that Necron Deathmark is almost guaranteed to kill you next turn. But maybe...
I understand your intent.
Maybe, just maybe...
If it serves your cause.
There's a clever way around this.
I am not your Xenos
If I
pet
understand this
monkey.
ability correct, then this will be very interesting.
That is beneath me. My heart sings with
Let's
the
see.
thrill of battle. Another soul slips
Yo.
beyond the veil.
Sure?
Fortune favors the swift.
No.
I hear you moving.
I did
No
not
more.
understand that ability correctly. I was hoping she would fire straight through the scarabs there and actually, wipe out both bunches in the same shot. Tragically, that was not... Oh, thanks. I am grateful that you spared Irelette her death there. Arigato gozaimasu. Ooh. Watch Shogun, by the way. Shogun's a really good show. I've been watching Shogun, and I've been watching another fantastic show. Okay. If you watched Rome back in the day, and you thought Rome was great, and you thought Rome should never ever have ended, which is what I thought, then one, not only do you have good taste, but I would strongly recommend you check out another show that is very, 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 very much so like Rome. It's called The Borgias. It is also set in Rome, but quite a while later during the Borgia papacy. It's got sex, it's got intrigue, it's got power struggles, it's got battles, it's got everything you could possibly ever want and like in Rome. It is a great little TV show that also died far, far before its time. And for some reason, it seems as if back in the good old days, people were just fucking allergic to good television.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
I think it's because people had just too much good television then. They didn't understand. They thought that, oh, entertainment is going to be good forever. We don't need to worry about anything. There's always going to be loads of good TV around. Why should we care about just one or two great shows, huh? Well... turns out that was a terrible, terrible, terrible miscalculation that we all committed there.
As the Emperor
I like my new bolt gun.
eradicated.
I like my new bolt gun a lot.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Rack that up.
Faith without deeds
Revel
is
in
worthless.
slaughter as well. Get that ready for next turn. Ben, thoughts on Flashkit's Templar versus Furry series? Funny.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
Yeah.
Don't dishonor
What do you mean that
the
path
with
is...
such tasks?
Fine. What else is there to say? I quite liked it. The correct blend of satire and serious humor, in my opinion.
My place is at the fore.
You will not undo me.
The joke also was a bit more well-paced, in my opinion. I did eventually watch Space King, and I thought the first part of it was really funny, and I loved it. But it went on for a bit too long, in my opinion. It's like, okay, I get the joke, but where are we going to take it from here? We'll see where they go for it afterwards. Okay, more? Why would there be more? Just don't put a destroyer up there, please, because I don't think I can flank that. The Borgias was indeed cancelled before the end, yes it was. Like all good things, it was forced to die before its time.
If I must. This tedium is beneath...
Reassemblement commencing.
It's one of those shows that should have been allowed to live, but was not. Really good show. Great actors. Particularly the guy who plays Pope Alexander. Fantastic actor. He does an incredibly good job. Especially in some of the better plot twists of the Borgias. Because the Borgias is filled with really good plot twists as well. Really good plot twists. See, all too often in entertainment, you can see what's going to happen, right? Where the solution to a problem appears to be almost unavoidable. And it really does the show no favors, because it renders it into just a TV show, you know? Because you're like, okay, well, I can see what's going to happen here, the plot device is going to emerge, and they're going to get out of it. The Borgias, not so. In fact, the way that the Borgia family gets out of a lot of their bigger hurdles is quite unexpected. The Borgias has one of the best, like, single scenes that I can think of next to...
It will be done.
Oh god, what was the name of that show?
My time is
What was the
now.
name of that show? What was the name of that show? What was the name of that show? God help me, I have completely forgotten now. The one, the politician. A politician by the name of Underwood. American politics. Oh god, what was the name of that show?
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Holy shit, I am drawing a complete blank right now. A complete House of Cards, thank you, chat. Yes, thank you, Jelly Goatee, thank you. House of Cards, yes. So, House of Cards. The end of, I think it's season 2, when he's standing behind the presidential table and he does the knock on wood thing. The Borgias have scenes that can match up with that. That's how good the Borgias is. That, incidentally, is probably the single best, like, season ending of any show
As the
ever.
Emperor commands, I act.
Oh god, House of Cards was so good. For like 2 seasons, House of Cards was amazingly good. And then...
Heresy's the question.
So shall it be.
And then they decided the show was not about Frank Underwood, but rather about his wife. See, in the original House of Cards, that was the joke at the end of the series. At the end of the series, you see Frank's wife. The original show is the British show. If you haven't watched the British show, I would sort of recommend it. Kind of. It's
just designate a target.
It's a very different show, shall we say? But it's definitely not bad, right? But at the end of that one too, they have a scene where Claire turns towards the camera and goes like, "Oh, did you think I didn't know you were there? You know, it's time for the real main character to step forward." That was the joke at the end of the British series, because that was what it was intended to be. The point of that was not to be like, "Oh, hey, we're gonna do this for a season now." No. The point was to go, people in power will always view themselves as infallible, and they will never learn from the failures of their predecessors. So Claire would commit the exact same errors of hubris that Frank did, because that is simply just how power is. And she'll be clever about it for a while, and she'll get away with it for a while, but eventually she will commit the same errors and the same corruption. Whereas, of course, in House of Cards, the Western version, Claire just turned out to be, you know, a better Frank Underwood in every way. Until they eventually wrote Frank entirely out of the show. Oh, interesting. Which partially had to do with the fact that apparently Frank was touching kids. So, you know, there is that. There is that in the show's defense. Not Frank Underwood, mind you, but the actor, whose name I've come... Oh, Kevin's... I was about to say, whose name I've spaced on, and then I was like, spaced on? Oh yes, Kevin Spacey, that was his name. He was accused of touching kids, which, you know, in Hollywood is pretty much just an initiation ritual, so...
Eradicated.
Big deal. Joking, YouTube, joking.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
But yeah, he was written out of everything after that. Uvugar, could you jump up there maybe? No? Okay, that's unfortunate. No, don't go there. I want you to go there.
The fame-hungry come. Cubs play.
Ulfar, do you have anything more to hit? Yes, you do. There he is.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Nice. Declare that Necron warrior to be your more ardent enemy, your most vile foe, and then hit him.
Grey hair, short
Hard.
hair.
In the head.
Suffered worse.
Idolat, can you see anything? You cannot.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I do. Please kill the
I'm
Necron.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
I should be using the finest hour thing
Nothing
for
I
something.
can't do.
I just don't. I want to see what or who.
Already done. Nothing I can't do.
There,
I
then.
move
Come
swiftly
closer.
to
My
strike.
Cheeto-covered hands require wiping.
If I must.
I forgot about elevation. I should have checked if he was actually targeting the guy or not.
My faith shields me.
Argenta,
Emperor,
can you see him
move
from
through
there?
me.
You
Be
can.
the
Can you
fire in
shoot
my
him from
heart.
there? You can. Fantastic.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Alright, how's Wildfire now? Wildfire is on 0
As the
AP.
Emperor commands,
Lovely.
I act.
Open fire, my
I'll
dear.
do it.
My dear darling. Interesting.
Doubt
Alright.
is for the weak.
Try that again and revel in slaughter as well.
As the Emperor commands, I act. You will not I was chosen.
One hit. Well, keep it
I'll
up.
do it.
Insignificant.
2 hits. Yay. Urugar, go over there. Help Paddle Blarn, please. What? Can you not reach him? You can't. Why? Oh, you're still in range. Okay, that's fine.
Feel the icy bite of death!
Adel, kill.
One fewer target.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Actually,
I understand your
Kill
deal
both
death
of
with
them.
my hands.
good grid. That's okay. Well, actually, you can kill that one
This
too. Yep.
tedium is beneath me.
Good grill, lads.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
And now it's just a question of getting over there.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Here,
Not a
Argenta.
problem for me.
You will aim better. I don't care how, but you
Too
will.
Easy.
As the
Wildfire
Emperor
is
commands,
free,
I
so there's no
act.
reason not to use it.
Doubt is for the weak.
58. Slowly, I'm walking my shots into his ass.
Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we go. All I had to do was hose down his position with about
Victory awaits.
500 or 600 bullets, and we got there in the end. Oh, I could have deployed stairs to let my dudes get up there. I see. Well, I
It's
didn't
about
notice
time.
that, did I?
Question. Fire is the answer.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Is there anything actually up here? No. Oh, wait, hold on. This mysterious inscrutable. Touch the surface of the slab. Try to carve your initials into the slab. Why not? Take a swing at the slab. Stab a tank. Okay, well, slab tough.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, I don't know what the purpose of this tomb was. other than to continue to introduce me to the
Follow
Necrons
my lead.
and show me that at least some of the Inquisitors' group are not completely crazy. Shout out to Liang Yang. Hey, you just bought Medieval 2. Any mods you recommend? I prefer fantasy mods, but maybe not Lord of the Rings since I'm not that good at grand strategy games. The Lord of the Rings ones is definitely for more advanced players. I would recommend just trying out our base first, maybe with the what's the overhaul mod called? There's an overhaul mod called Steel something, I think. Ah, the end of my journey. The Warhammer mod's not bad. That one's quite good. Tomb World, Dead Star, stuff and stuff. Bomb the pyramid. Does not give way into the salvos. Send an explorer to the team. Especially Lakewood servitors are the first to disembark on the shores of the Metallic Lake. To the explorers' surprise, they return unharmed with samples of the anomalous substance. The squad set out to study the lake and the Xenos construction. Acolyte of the Adeptus Mechanicus determined that the metal contains the same substance from which the pyramid are made. The behavior of the metal particles indicate that the construction made from the metal are capable of regenerating just like living matter, albeit incomparably faster. However, the pyramids filling the lake by transmitting the metal through built-in portals cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharges in the lake's center. Logic failed. Awareness. Endless flows of metal pour from the portals of every monolith. However, one of the flows is noticeably weaker than the rest. Looking closer, officers notice a small object blocking the part of the portal. With the help of servitors, they are successful in removing it and bringing it to the Von Valencius shuttle. Trying to extinguish the flames. Vessel's cannoneers find the idea of smothering the green flame of the ship's waste rather dubious, but do not dare question the will of the Lord Captain. The dropped cargo dissolves to no effect, barely touching the discharges. Well, screw you too, I guess. Judging by the orbital trajectory, this is the parent star of the system. If the Luminoradus is right, back in the day it used to be huge and angry with the bites to it. Not this half-dead firefly. What happened? I can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like that. The Lumino reader swears that the rays of the stars would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years more. It was too young to have faded like this. It's like it was gnawed out. It was attacked, suddenly and fiercely. A hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. A Catan shard, then. The predator was me! Yay, there we go! You are a Catan, Nomos, you little bitch. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole had it had more time. Nomos? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I had seen it happen 100 times. That's because you have. We shall continue to ignore the fact that Nomos is obviously a Catan, and that we are placing ourselves in enormous danger by being near him. We're just going to keep just ignoring that, yes. I'm just going to keep ignoring that. Stuff. No, game, okay. Game, getting sick of the side quests now. You've been cock-teasing me for too long. I don't wish to engage in any more side quests. I wish to go to where the Inquisitor is. Those things, I've never seen anything like them before, but the panel of the ship, tech priest Illuminators say they are star corpses. Not just corpses, they call them stellocide victims. Huh. You think we're observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. The stellar trajectories all suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in this system, and I wouldn't like to have been here at that time. The gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who could have pulled off something like that? Was it Drukhari? Dragging stars around like they are the property is quite in character for those damn Xenos. No, I think that's probably the Catan. Xeno Squadron is an intercept course. It's the same abomination as before. Alright, well, let's just kill them.
can see crimson lights in the void.
Ah, more of you this time, I see. Oh.
Lay in the course.
Alright, we'll plop the torpedoes in the void around about... You're probably in turn, aren't you? Let's pop them in there.
Them! Onward!
And we are going to shoot
Fire
you.
the lance batteries! This one's going down.
That's right, we're almost going to kill you, which is quite nice. In fact, maybe we are going to kill you. We are. Well, kill as in wound significantly, at least. Go, little useless sword class frigate, go! Shard, I'm still salty about Space Above and Beyond ending. Firefly, the last good Whedon show before he'd get caught for doing what male feminists usually do. They do that. Koronosh, side against the Inquisitor. P.S. You forgot to look at Ulfar's new quest gear. I did do that. I should probably do that. Okay, we now have a tie there, I believe. So it's contested. Side with Inquisitor has $10 to its name. And side against Inquisitor has $10 to its name. Very well. As I struggle to figure out how my keyboard works. There we go. Torpedoes. It is your turn, yes? Yes. Okay, kill that. Just, pass calmly and peacefully through my sword class frigate. Thank you very much. Can I finish you off like that? No, but I can shoot.
Leave their hull strewn across
that
the
one.
stars.
Because that means that it will kill itself very, very soon. I don't know if snuggling quite that close up to it would be wise.
Fire the lance batteries. Set the course. This one's going down.
No, might as well make you explode next turn. And reload the batteries.
Another salvo.
These are very disappointing Necron ships, I will say. The Necron ships can usually absolutely demolish entire fleets. And yet here they're getting munched like it's nothing. Clearly, these Necrons have been sleeping for a little bit too long. That was one hell of a turn.
The enemy has lost their shield.
Return
and
to
their
ashes.
courage.
You keep... I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not very useful, but to continuously refer to those poor little bastards as enemies is a little bit harsh.
Fire right now!
I think they're trying. Still not enough, huh? Poof.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Put those down there, that's a little bit of an
Fire
intercept.
the lance batteries. The time has
And let's hope the
come.
light cruiser does a bit of a shallow turn straight into my melter torpedoes.
Macro cannons, volley!
Alright, reinforce our ass shields, and I'm still not going to use that, but I am going to use that just to put that out of existence. Did I have vulnerability? Yes, I did. Okay, vulnerability analyze you two then. To the arse. Very well. Oh, parking right next to my message torpedoes. Thank you. I'll right in front of them. Even better. I mean, I'm just going to take you up on your invitation, honestly. Oh.
Set the course.
Less damage than I was hoping.
Lead them. Fire the lance batteries.
I mean, the fact that they do have 2 health bars is sort of kind of nasty, I will say.
Torpedoes locked. Unleash our vengeful salvo. Annihilate them.
There we go. And how about that? Now I think we are going to make you suffer. No matter where you go, there will be a torpedo pointed in your general direction.
You are losing control. Understand your limits.
Ow. Okay, they do quite a lot of damage when they start getting through the shields. Alright, well, Torpedo 1, you're just going to slam yourself right into that Shroud-class cruiser's anus and probably blow it up. We're very close. Can't quite make that turn, but we can blow up on its hindquarters, making it a little bit sad. And you're just going to ram yourself into its front. Oh.
Fire right now! Macro cannons, volley!
Yes.
Bleed them.
I can't turn quite hard enough for that,
The time
can
has come.
I? But I can give it another broadside.
Another salvo! Onward!
Right, probably time to reboot shields. That was not the direction I wanted that to be in, but very well. I'll spin you around. They do have damnably tight turning circles.
Our Drekar drowns in the sea of stars.
Okay, well, that was nasty. I'm very glad that you're about to die. Because otherwise, that could have been very, very unfortunate. Let's just make sure you go under, shall we? I'd like to kill you with that.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
8 hit points.
Let us celebrate this victory with a great feast!
Ouchies. I think we shall repair our vessel, yes. And I should look at Uwugar's new gear. Uwugar, you have new power armor, better power armor, much better power armor, fancier looking power armor. And we immediately found a chainsword that puts your massive... I feel like... auto dodge... Oh, well that's kind of cute. I mean, not particularly useful if I'm to be entirely honest with you, but kind of cute anyways. At least now he looks like a proper space wolf. Coercion. Coercion. Definitely coercion. Oh, something or other. Something or other abilities, surely. Agility bonus stack for dodge, why not? Stuff and things. Fortress, sounds good. Demolition, technically that's supposed to be your skill, so demolition. Shield of Faith, like the sound of it. Offensive pattern prediction is the only offensive choice I have, and since I do like offensive things, I shall choose the offensive thing. Catch. Armor and dodge. Okay, cool. Perception. Useful, probably. Offensive things. Or Imperium. Tank Cassia shall continue to tank. Considering this character doesn't even use cover, or can make usage of cover, I feel like abilities that increase cover is kind of pointless for him. Equal to the current rate of fire. That's nice, though. And more toughness. All right. I think this might be the final... Oh yeah, I think this might... This feels like it might be the final segment, so we're gonna keep on going. Lord Captain, we spotted a planetoid with unidentified xenostructure. Something tells me this is the place we've been looking for. Orclex detect a field of void mines on our trajectory towards the planet. Well, I've got the thing to get rid of that. Beginning transmission, receiving a return signal. 5% of mines report a transition to sleep mode. Receiving coordination of the area design as a main landing site. We have a safe canal of approach towards Epitaph and coordinates for landing. Commence preparations for the landing. You certain, Lord Captain? I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old Void Wolf's gut telling this too is very likely to become ours. That's fine. Go on. Move forward. Oh, hello, Nomos. What do you want, then? Oh, hey, yeah, I see you're beginning to manifest there. We have come to speak with you, Supreme Glorious Greatness, Sir Archer Terra. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discerned that a great change is coming. A trial. We see a threat to that which the Imperium brings. The intricate plexus of tenets, the determined advance of myriad thoughts through darkness by the will of the golden light. All the things that were strange to us, yet in whose embrace we were born and raised, all of it is in danger, at least within the bounds of the Corona's expanse. But you are not someone who can stop it. You have no light and no resolve. For this reason, we have decided that we should not help you any longer. Oh, there we go. Wait, what is this coming threat? Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us remember our birth on Epitaph. We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach of its shoulders, pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give. But what is it? We do not know. You will be destroyed for this insolence. Nomos have decided. We are leaving. We are glad to have received what we have from you, but we cannot and do not want to stay any longer. Nomos is a traitor, and Nomos should be beaten repeatedly. Really? You couldn't be bothered to voice act this last part? To be here with you to share the last moments of peace before the inevitable. If either of us should die in the coming battle, I know that I will look for you in the next life, until I find you again. Good, Cinnamon Bun. Choo-choo. It would be wonderful, my love, but will the stars let us? All this ends in victory. What do you intend to do next? Until duty calls me, I would like to spend the best moments of my life with you, Lord Captain. Good, Cinnamon Bun. Good, Cinnamon Bun. Good. Good, Cinnamon Bun. Rest of you, I don't care about any of you. Oh, wait, hold on. That's right. Argenta, I do care about you. What is the battle, Rogue Trader? This idleness is torture. We must destroy our enemies in this den of darkness, and we will do so by his will and in his name. Sign of Aquila. Together till the end, sister. In his name and Terra's light. Prepare yourself, Argenta. I am prepared, now and always. Rest of you, irrelevant. Go. Yeah, I think this is like my preferred gang now. Henrik's I haven't used for ages, and Idira, her heals are very useful, but she's a weirdo woman. And Jay is dead, and Pascal is dead. Jay, because I didn't care enough about her to actually, realize that she was having a questline moment, and Pascal, because he fucking annoyed me. And so he had to die. I think that to be a fairly worthwhile reason for his death, in my opinion.
A new challenge for me?
Even the wicked Xenos were no match for the scourge that has befallen them. How pitiful their empty shells look.
I hope it is not a ploy to lure us in. However, they do appear to be quite dead.
Okay, interesting. So the Inquisitor's weapon actually did work on the Necrons. Interesting. Is that crashing? Or no, it's not crashing, it's flying still. Oh, well, it was. I see. Well, the fact that the weapon works on Necrons is actually rather interesting. Because that does provide a certain justification for the Inquisitor's actions. Hello, you don't look dead. And I can see all of you up there in what we can only refer to as ambush positions.
They fear.
Save your jests about fur, fleas, and marks.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis.
Not allowed to set up before the battle. Anyway.
Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
I recognize a leader, a true warrior in this one. Yes, still a Xenos unworthy of life, but a warrior all the same. I bet this noble madman of battle will fall by my hand. Kill it, then.
Smite the Xenos!
Submit and die.
At least the video game didn't tell that I was, surprised by all of this, because I wasn't. Alright, Uwugar, I'm gonna simply throw you straight down the middle of this. As rapidly as possible. I kind of wish the Space Wolf was cover. Know what I mean? I kind of wish the Space Wolf was cover.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Go, Uwugar. Actually, go behind it, Uwugar. Try to make it turn around so I may butcher its butthole.
If I may.
I'll do it.
I would tremendously like to pound many, many things inside of his little ass.
As
Now,
the
though,
Emperor commands,
get to
I
work
act.
on the first
This
Necron
is
warrior.
why I was chosen. Eradicated.
Good grill, good
This
grill.
is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
And again, currently the poll is side with the Necromancer, side with the Inquisitor. There is $10 for siding with the Inquisitor, and there's $10 against siding with the Inquisitor. So, at the moment,
You cannot force me, Alantark.
if it's a draw, what happens then? If it's a draw, then Arch does whatever Arch sees fit.
If
Yes.
I must. If it serves your cause.
A draw allows Arch to do anything Arch wants.
I am
I like
not your
that.
Xenos pet monkey.
You will not undo me.
I think I
If
will.
it serves your cause.
Arch enjoys arbitrarily deciding these things. Steel yourself, Uwugar, or you're about to be shot by many, many people with anti-tank weaponry. Okay, well that didn't actually hurt at all, so...
Our foes reek of cowardice.
Let's see...
So it shall be.
Brilliant shooting there, Uwugar. Truly, exemplary. Good job.
Wolves, you will not undo me. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Actually, I shouldn't be kicking those, because I kind of prefer if they were melee. I'm surprised you could see through that solid piece of cover in front of you, but very well. Blighted Necron Warrior. Blighted Necron Warrior.
At your beck and call.
I see.
Victory is imminent.
The Death Monks teleport, do they? Huh. Okay, so no point in trying to melee those things then. That's
Step aside.
infuriating,
The navigator is
but
coming.
very well.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Make sure Uwugar is nice and tough and able to withstand the slings and arrows of his enemies.
Me.
All debuff.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Don't frighten me!
Because, see, if the Inquisitor was just doing this because he wanted to, you know,
I'll show
screw over the
why
Mechanicus
navigators
or
are
something,
feared.
then the Inquisitor would
Guided by
clearly be
faith.
enemy. But if the Inquisitor has actually, and it kind of seems like he maybe kind of sort of does, has found a way to screw over the Necrons with a mechanical weapon, then you know what? There's a certain value inherent in that.
For you, my Emperor! Each strike is a prayer.
And down you go.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Jabba, you are on fire today, darling. Right. Just give that another couple of pounds just to start building up my bonuses.
This is why I was chosen. For you, my Emperor!
So I can really ravage it when it turns its butthole around. Actually, can I see that? I can. Right, that is what we call a bit of a long shot, but
I'll do it.
that's no reason not to take the long shot.
Doubt is for the weak.
Good girl. I'm liking the
Isn't this
the
a
heavy
job for the
stubber.
serfs?
I'm liking the heavy stubber quite a lot. The sheer amount of the sheer amount of hits it can pump out, and how those hits then in turn become a dozen little buffs for my adorable Argenta.
I will endure.
Well, I'm not too worried about this Necron warrior, so we'll
Already
just
done. There's nowhere to hide.
go over there and...
Nothing I can't do.
Oh. Casually shoot him, I was about to say.
Not a problem for me.
I did casually shoot him, it's just that I didn't casually finish him off.
I hear you moving. No more.
Thank you, Irolet, for sparing me my blushes. Argenta, darling. Can you get behind that thing? You can, but not far enough behind that thing for it to, you know, matter.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Just reload, activate all of your buffs, I guess.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Actually, hold on. I've got steady superiority, don't I?
Rejoice in battle!
So we're just going to go over there,
In
and then
thy
we're going to
light
do
I
that,
stand,
and then that's going
thy
to
light I crave.
not replenish the movement, but that will totally replenish the movement. And now I can turn around and pickle his little pooper tube. His secondary
For you,
fuckhole,
my
most
Emperor,
violently.
This is why I was each stroke is
yes.
a prayer. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Your secondary pleasure hole has been invaded most successfully and
I'll do
furiously. Don't try to resist. It will only make the intrusion harder on you.
Reassemblement commencing.
I move as if unseen.
Look, that's a fellow sniper. Please, kill him.
If I must.
Close enough for government
If
work.
it
One more.
serves your cause.
And suddenly Woogar found himself without an enemy.
Die in disgrace! My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
Maybe Woogar should just use his heavy bolter more, or storm bolter more correctly. Perhaps Uwuga would be doing better with that.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Perhaps Uwuga will not be made such a fool of if he were to use his automatic weapon instead of his silly slashing weapon.
Indeed.
Oh, right, you do that, don't you? I keep forgetting about that. And wow, that is extraordinarily annoying. You really teleported all the way over there, did you? Yes, you did. Oh my god.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Well, that is frustrating. Argenta, we will require your services.
The Emperor will be undone.
Even though you're only going to be hobbling for a while. You can't shoot over there, can you? No, too far. Erelet, my dear,
I approach the designated position. I understand your intent.
Please?
If it serves your cause.
Concentration. Please kill. Please kill. If you hit Adelblad in the time, by the way, don't worry about it. He was the one who made the mistake that sent him over there anyways. It's fine if you hit him a little bit.
The fame-hungry come. Wolves, I will carve runes out of your bones.
Oh, that's a bit disappointing. I was hoping the Stormbolter would have more of a rapid sound. I was hoping it would just go like... Because it's two Stormbolters, so it should be firing really super duper mega uber fast.
If I may,
It should sound basically like a Gao 10, but without the spinning sound. Argenta's still feeling a little bit weak in her legs.
Be the fire in my heart.
Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
A ragged breath punctures the oppressive sounds of the room. Someone is still alive. Tanakia. Tanakia. The Asian man still lives. Go, put him out of his misery. The maimed creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by the heavy breathing. It was a woman once, sporting close-cropped hair and equipped for battle, but now her skin is shredded by the metal stinking out of her body in a dozen places. Examine the woman. Oh, here you are. The coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valensis, I'm not surprised to see you, as you may think. What do we do with her? Oh, okay. Finish the woman off. Sure, why not? I mean, that's well... Leave woman to die or finish woman off were my only options, because when I asked my companions, they just kind of looked at me and I was like, we don't actually care. Oh wow, she took...
None shall stand in my way.
Inquisitor, have you been placing Xenotech inside of your acolytes?
Weakness.
That's awfully radical of you. Because I don't think that, normally speaking, a woman should be able to survive, 2 plasma shots to the head without expiring. Hello. Well, that's a death mark, so meleeing that is going to be pointless. Okay. I really wish Uwugar could jump. I know how that sounds, but I really wish Uwugar could jump. Like, God, having him be able to jump would be so fucking useful, because he could then traverse the terrain, And he can't really traverse the terrain right now, at all. He's kind of big, fat, and dumb like that, so I wish he could leap. A little bit just... 1,472 hit points, okay. Not inconsequential, but not the worst I've seen either.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I would like to request Uwugar be given the ability to leap. 31%.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor
30% dodge reduction. That would actually be perfect. Kill Deathmark. No likey Deathmark.
I'll do it.
Kinda hatey Deathmark.
This is why I was chosen.
Didn't
As
kill
the
Deathmark.
Emperor commands, I act.
Set Deathmark on fire, but didn't kill Deathmark. Okay, well, good job, you missed. Ow. Oh god, 2 of the little teleporty shits? Now that's just annoying. Alright, Porter Roulette. Is there somewhere with better cover for you? Not really, no. Let's see, Huron's 26, surely...
Swift.
Alright, let's get a little bit ballsy. We're gonna move out of that, and we're gonna set up on that, and hopefully... that is not enough to tear it down. No,
Stop
that is
trying, monkey.
Unfortunate.
If I must.
Insignificant.
Very unfortunate. Right,
I
hunker
am
down.
not your Xenos pet monkey.
The dynasty will rise again.
And the Deathmark luckily does not decide to put Irilit out of her misery. Good. Gosh darn it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Okay,
I
hold
have
on.
read
What
tomes
if...
of military tactics.
Aha! Yes.
If I may.
Will not undo me.
We'll see about that,
Isn't this a job
Flanker.
for the serfs?
Insignificant.
These ruby flashes are choking me.
We will see about that.
Will not undo me.
Argenta?
I'll
Argenta.
paint your death in colors.
Doubt is for the weak.
Alright, that does mean I can't shoot him, because I'll shoot Argenta too. Actually, perhaps this was not quite as clever an idea as I'd
I'll
thought.
do it.
Right, never mind. Control
As the
shot.
Emperor commands, I act.
I really want to pick off that death mark, because the
Faith
death mark is
without
kind of
deeds is
tagging
worthless.
like 3 of my characters,
This
basically.
is why I was chosen.
And he didn't die. Unfortunate in the extreme.
As the Emperor commands, I act. For you, my each strike is a prayer.
Very nice. Okay, well, finish it off then.
This is why none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Good girl. And can you see that one? You cannot see that one. Can you hit anything else? You cannot.
I'll do it.
Alright, charge the next shot then. And... good girl, Cassia, as well. You're standing outside of cover, which could potentially become an inconvenience later on, but
I
for
will
now,
bathe
it's
this battlefield
fine.
in righteous fury. I am his
Steady
will
superiority.
made manifest.
And
As the
reload the
Emperor
bolter
commands,
whilst you're at it.
I act.
Well, bolter. Stubber. Heavy stubber.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Insignificant.
Your attempts to fire to Wugar have been met with failure, silly warrior of the undead enemy.
Give this task to someone lesser.
Wugar, it is time for you to fire your little stormbolter thingy for, I think, pretty much the first time. Let's see how good you are at it. Want to kill those, we're going to shoot that. Let me guess. You've got one of those can only be hurt from behind thingies, don't you? Doom-touched blights. Interesting.
Wolves reign!
No, you take damage from the front. You're just really tough and really heavily armored.
Feel the icy bite of death!
Well, that's fine. I have yet to meet an enemy quite as difficult as the Devourer, as the Defiler, so...
Nothing
so long as I
can't
never
do.
encounter anything like that ever again, I'll be quite happy. And start picking off some of the trash.
Die in disgrace!
Good boy, Wugar. Good boy.
Follow my lead.
Oh, you're gonna bring reinforcements, are you? You little cheaty prick. So long as you don't bring any more death marks up there, that'll be fine. Oh no! Oh heavens. If Uwuga really feels after itself, he can almost notice something that resembles a mild form of pain or discomfort. It's very difficult for Uwugar to sense anything like that, but if he really, really tries, maybe he can. Covered deep underneath the 15 inches of solid ceramite hide, Uwugar feels as if something has tickled him. Briefly, and not particularly heavily or anything, but something may have tickled him.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Well, Cassia, if they choose to teleport into, you know, your path, then you might as well hit them.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And buff yourself. I'm surprised that psychic powers are these effective against these guys. You probably...
The pain will subside.
Your technology is limited.
Guided by
but I am grateful.
Your technology is limited, and there's a hole in your face. Shut up. Don't complain about it.
Insignificant.
Oh, no. Continue your advance, Uwugar. There are plenty of enemies still in front of you.
I will carve runes out of your bones. You will not undo me.
We will see about that, won't we?
Tell me to refuse.
Do I really want to bring you down there? I feel like you might get squelched by that big thing. It's one thing for Uwugar to be down there, because Uwugar literally cannot be harmed, but it's something entirely... You just keep summoning those, don't you? You do just kind of keep summoning those, don't you? Okay. Hi. Maybe...
Pain and duty
Maybe we ignore the ads. Maybe we ignore the ads and just go for the big guy. Which makes me wonder why I'm heading over here, actually. I feel like probably this is just going to be a little bit of a DPS run. Because if they're just going to kind of keep spawning, then I'm going to need to have to get down there and kill them.
If I may...
Itaret, you can probably see and shoot him from there, can't you? Well, I won't know, but I will eventually. That is a lot of enemies.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Can I reach? I can.
I'll do it.
Alright. Put every debilitating nonsense thing you've got into it.
I'll do it.
Load up the rapid fire and let her rip.
For the weak.
I'm pretty sure I used the controlled shot thing, though. You should not be getting hit by that, Uwugar. You really should not be getting hit by that, but... Alright, he's not that tough. We can tear him down.
You will not undo me, eternal.
Luckily, the Necrons are quite slow. Quite fat, quite dumb.
See how the wolf succeeds. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin.
Oh yeah. I bet you he's gonna have a second health bar because he is going down way too fast not to have a second health bar. Like, he is dying way too quick.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless.
Argenta, if you would be so kind.
As the Emperor commands, for you, my eradicated.
Thank you.
That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it.
Continue your
That
slaughter,
is
please.
for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Silly, silly automatons. You think you can live before
Faith
Argenta's
without
might?
deeds is for you, my eradicated.
That would truly make you insane.
This is why I was chosen.
147 damage.
As the Emperor commands, each strike is a
166
prayer.
damage. Ah, yes, as Argenta slowly but surely spools up, she does get rather ridiculous.
Suits my purposes. Another clean strike.
Reassemblement commencing.
A tactically sound approach.
That should stop any further summoning of trash.
Insignificants are infinite.
That was insulting.
And painful.
I
Don't forget
move as
painful.
if unseen.
You've got a lot of range on you, don't you? Yes, you do. Actually, you know what, Cassia?
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Seeing as that thing died a little bit easier than I thought it would.
Duty demands. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
I guess
will
I don't
bathe
need to
this
go down there with you.
battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh. You can't see those. Okay, well, fair enough.
The dynasty will rise again.
I feel like the rest of the Necrons should just teleport out now, being sad and defeated. Run home to Necron tier mommy. And cry about how unlucky they are. Go on, whoever.
So it shall be. Wolves reign.
Well, that sounded effective.
I shall not fear. Nothing I can't do.
I approach the designated position.
Still not in range, huh? Damn it.
Pain cleanses.
Or you could start just giving them damage. Yes, I'd like that.
Swift and silent.
I mean, they're Necron without
If it
leadership right
serves your
now.
cause.
They
I
should be sad.
understand your intent.
Starting to phase out and shit. Generally depressed about the state of affairs.
Isn't this a job? Try to die with grace, at least.
Guided by faith.
And you thought you were unlucky when you were just blighted by your son.
I'll do it.
Let me show you what real bad luck is. Well, yeah, that too, actually, yes. But
Doubt is for the weak. This none can escape.
I
the
was kind of
Emperor's
getting
judgment.
greedy and hoping that maybe the shots would still hit them somehow. They didn't.
Eradicated.
It doesn't matter, though. Argenta still kills them. Even when Argenta misses, she still kills. Because she is Argenta, and that is what she does. Ulfar still has not taken a single point of damage in this conflict.
Foes reek of cowardice. You will not undo me.
I feel like if the
you,
Inquisitor is
bandit.
watching this, which he is, I feel like he should be really, really, really scared. And I feel like he should offer absolutely no resistance after this. I mean, Jesus. He just saw a space wolf and a crazy battle nun rape their way through an enormous army of Necrons that had cornered him.
Watch and learn.
With zero effort. I mean, if I...
Just designate a target.
was that Inquisitor, I'd probably be trying to negotiate at that point.
I am not your Xenos pet. Fortune favors the swift.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
No matter how radical I might be.
This tedium is beneath me. If I must. I understand your intent.
You will not undo me.
Ancestors, guide me!
We shall see about that. Alright, Cassia, your job is done.
Be
You may
careful
begin
not
the
to
long
cross
journey
my
down the
gaze.
steps.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
A born predator.
Oh,
does
1
not
point of damage.
become prey.
There you go.
The wolf is on the hunt. I have become the Allfather's worthy
Ulfar has officially sustained damage during this engagement. Weirdly, this reminds me of the movie The Mummy. I don't know why. I see no reason why this should
My
remind me of the
tactics
movie
are
The Mummy.
flawless. Already done.
But it does.
Nothing of value has been lost.
A deep sound full of rage and tragic despair. You notice the convulsion in the Xenos limbs, the light flickering in his eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during the monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. Die already. Ha! Casually. Terrible rumble comes from deep inside the crypt as soon as the green finger goes out in the fallen warrior's eyes. The glow of the glyphs upon the walls become chaotic and disarrayed. It didn't like that.
It's about time.
Oh, hello there, Inquisitor. I'm guessing we're gonna have a showdown with you very soon. Still, $10 for siding with the Inquisitor and 10 against the Inquisitor, which means it is Archer's choice. Really? The Lord Inquisitor is expecting me, is he? I don't know about that, but if you say so, I guess he's beginning to understand the difference in power here. Maybe, mayhaps. Maybe he's beginning to understand just how boned he is and wishes to make a deal. That would be smart of the Inquisitor if you were to bow down and beg. Lick my shoes, maybe? Ooh, a monolith. I hope that doesn't wake up. That would be kind of shitty. But the way the game zooms in on it suggests to me that it probably is going to wake up, isn't it? Galkasar. You down here? Aha. Reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes now standing in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face. And the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Emperor, bestow strength upon me to smite yet another obstacle as I carry your will. If you are a sentient creature and not mere eidolons, I suggest you back down without a fight. I did not come here to claim your lives. Why is he not wearing pants? My master, change of ways. Is this your making? No, I can feel it is not. You are not playing tricks on me. You are sending me. Pray for a great sacrifice. Just a peaceful copy. I do not enjoy pointless violence. Power and authority can always be used for more worthy purposes. Well, almost always. Unfortunately, sometimes violence does not have a point, but it gives me little pleasure even then. Well, mercy is the gateway for heresy, it is true. But a gate admits many guests, and not all of them mean you harm. Well, by killing them, that's how. We shall fight, there you go. But to fight, yes, yes, yes. Kill them all. Indeed, Roadtread are doomed for a feud with one another. Such is the power of the poison called ambition that seeps from our words.
And you'll die quickly.
My soul is ablaze with righteous fury.
That was a pretty simple solution to all of that. Adelbald the Virtuous. Idira the Insidious. Aha! So Idira would be the heretic one, would she? It seems Argento was right about our dear Idira, doesn't it? I should have let her kill her already. I should have allowed her to murder that filthy wench. Wait, Ulfar, would you step back a little bit? Thank you.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Argento the Scourge. Well, on the one hand, you have a lot more hit points than your good counterpart. I'll grant you that.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Let's see how you stand up to a little bit of heavy summer
As the
fire.
Emperor commands, I act.
Quite well, actually. Quite
do
well. 2 damage. Ouch.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Granted, my Argento hasn't been allowed to really, you know, get going yet. So, are you gonna fight each other too, or are you just gonna, like, fight me? Well, Idira is currently in the process of summoning demons, I presume. Also, I enjoy the fact that she's a heretic, but she still has,
Me?
you know,
If
the
you insist, Lord Captain.
Imperial Aquila on her staff. I don't know if I understand that one. Right, Adelblad, I shall require you to fight Adelblad. I know, that might seem a little bit confusing. Trust me, it is, but
I am a navigator,
such is life.
not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
96.
I'll do it.
Right.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Continue
Doubt is for the
shooting
weak.
Argento in the face.
My Emperor.
So,
This is why
alright, they've bugged out that one, because controlled shot no longer works, it appears. Because that was controlled shot. I know for absolutely certain this time that was using controlled shot, and it still did not allow dodges. So controlled shot is currently bugged, which is a little bit annoying.
The enemies of the
What?
Emperor will be undone.
I did not tell you to go over there. Interesting.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And kick cut, I suppose.
My ears are ringing.
This is a nice little area, though. What is down there?
I will
Stop.
bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Just a minor setback.
Chosen.
Argento the Scourge is certainly a lot faster than Argento of mine. And she has many abilities too.
My faith shields me.
And then she hurts herself in her confusion. Retarded Argento. Retarded. Can I hit both of
I
you?
move as if
Kinda
unseen.
hope and kinda think I should be able to. Does the video game agree? video game does not, in fact, agree with that assertion. Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. Very unfortunate.
If it serves your cause, I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Well, you've got a better chance of hitting that one, so...
I've suffered worse.
You bite like a pop.
Inquisitor's command should give it burning. Tempting. But I suppose we should do this the normal way.
Wolves rip. I say bite of death.
I see, the righteous reflection does not cause attacks of opportunity, does it? And insta-dead. Yeah, ever since the game decided to move Argenta down there for no fucking reason whatsoever, I was pretty sure she was probably gonna die. Oh, now you get attacks of opportunity. Okay, so... Why didn't it do that the first time? Reasons? Oh, God. I just realized this battle is going to take like 17 years, isn't it? Because the AI every turn does like every single buff it can.
We prove our devotion.
It does, doesn't it?
Brace yourself, Abelard.
May the Divine's will be done.
Allow me to spend 17 fucking years just casting all of these things on myself. Alternatively, you could not do that, and we could advance with the video game a little bit faster. That would be the alternative.
My soul
Not that you seem particularly interested in that alternative, but it is nevertheless the alternative.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Please kill Argenta. You failed.
My time is now.
Cassia. There's not a lot of good places to shoot at here.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may... Emperor, deliver us!
Let's get rid of the heavy bolter then. As without Argenta, I don't actually have anybody to heal me either, so there is that. Which means I should probably prioritize killing them a little bit more rapidly.
Can still fight.
If you...
There goes one. Good girl, Argenta. Tempted to run out into the open. Actually, that's cover.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
For once, the game gives me cover, and immediately I abandon it. I see the irony.
I understand
do.
your intent.
Through pain and hardship, we prove our devotion.
Cover me!
I still don't know what you're doing, but I'm sure it's useful. Warp burns? Oh, come on. Why would you do this to me? Actually... Yes. Yes!
My prescience has failed me.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Pain is temporary. Legacy is forever.
This is where I should have had the thing where I could do my my finest hour, I would have killed all of them.
If I may.
Pick off the Merciful Reflection. Mercy is, of course, as we know, weak. And tempted to finest... Yeah, finest hour Urugar is not the worst idea.
The fame-hungry come.
Come, Urugar. I have need of your automatic firing capabilities.
Wolves reign. Cubs play.
0% hit chance. Really now.
My hand
Interesting.
is thunder. My strike is ruin.
But not for him.
I have become the Ulfar's worthy instrument. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin.
Interesting. Well, I was hoping for better, but...
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for
And
the
if you would be
serfs?
so kind as to waffle over there and touch them
Our
both as well.
foes reek of cowardice.
How the hell you dodge a point-blank pistol shot to the back of the neck, I will never know, but you can do it.
Just a minor sec.
I'm pretty sure there was an attack of opportunity in there somewhere. Seriously, why did you do that to yourself? Why kill yourself? I mean, I don't mind. You know, that's fine. That's fine. You can kill yourself if you want to. I'm just confused, is all.
If I must.
Oh, come on, you stupid wench. Again.
I am not your Xen. I deal death with my hands.
Why seppuku yourself so aggressively?
The wolf is on the hunt. None can
Stop it!
feel the icy bite of death.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
If only Idira was here to enjoy the fact that... Alright,
It will
if
be done.
only... No, not him, you gibbous. If only Argenta was awake right now
At your
to
beck and call. Grey hair, sure hair.
take in and enjoy the fact that Idira is about to be
Target
beaten to
well
death by a
struck.
space wolf in Adelblad. If only. She would have enjoyed this moment.
Absolutely not.
What do you
I
mean?
don't have time for this.
Well, she's right there.
Not my specialty.
What do you mean no line of sight to target?
Absolutely not.
Video game. Sometimes...
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Sometimes you make me hate you.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Ah, you should have discerned that you shouldn't have tried to dodge then, should you?
That is foolishness. If only that were
I will
possible.
carve runes out of your
Oh,
bones.
he seppuku'd. Alright, well, I certainly don't necessarily...
I'm restless.
Argenta, you have a head injury. That is a trauma. What heals trauma? Fresh injury. Fresh injury. Effectively removes trauma.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
There we are. And make sure you have more of those medikits stacked up in your inventory, please. Thank you. Can I get some loot from you? Like, I imagine that my evil counterparts or good counterparts must have some pretty cool shit, right? And they do. Nice. I bet you it's probably alignment locked, though. And I didn't really go down any one of the alignments. Not fully, at least. As you kind of gotta... No, don't cutscene me now. I was gonna pick up those things. Let's see. Can any of this be used? Improved Heavy Bolter, 12 to 18. Eruption, 200. Can Argenta use them? She can. 7 rate of fire compared to 13. But 12 to 18 damage compared to 3 to 16 damage. Yeah, let's get the heavy bolter. 45 to 60, 35 to 50, 80%, 90%. Yes. So Rorito's power armor, exact same one. There, Adelblad also used a mace, good. I suppose I should give you a melter pistol or something, just so you can at least shoot whilst you're hitting people. Anything for me? No. Solar Staff, but does it have devastation? No. Luckily, Cinnamon Bun Kitty was not found in any of our evil reflections.
I'll lay claim to the stars. Excellence matters.
Okay. Well, we already knew that the Inquisitor was coming this way.
I better myself through my service.
Oh.
A new challenge for me?
Interesting. I figured the barricaded tarantula would prove more of a challenge than just walk up to it and blow it up, but I was incorrect in that assessment.
The Emperor sets my path.
You really just did walk up to it and blow it up. Nice and simple. Okay, well. Anything else over here? I mean, it seems kind of pointless looking for loot now, I suppose. Let's not blow that one up, no.
It's about time.
Who knows, I might need something to guard my ass later on. We've got to be getting pretty close to the Inquisitor by now, surely. What were the reflections? The developers going like, hey, look at these other builds you could have. I'm presuming, honestly. Okay, Xavier. I see you're playing hokey with a Necron monolith. I don't know if I'd recommend doing that. I see that you did not heed my warnings, Supreme Glorious Greatness, Arch of Terror. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage if your lordship listens to me very carefully. Oh, we shall see. And Zero Firewatch will rumble. Arch, you're a better man than me. I would have restarted when the game moved Q character. I didn't intend to. I would have done that too, I was tempted. With all due respect to you, Lord Inquisitor, I shall ask you to refrain from any further threats directed towards the Blessed Rogue Trader, lest you face repercussions from me. How courteous of you to warn me, Master Viserion. I will remember your words. You are treading a dangerous line, Calcazai. In fact, you probably doomed the entire Corona's expanse by waffling over here and awakening God only knows how many Necron tomb worlds. You are the one who is attempting something mad and dangerous by acting with insolence towards me. By the Emperor, Supreme Glorious Greatness, Arch of Terror, I am in no mood to squabble with a rogue trader, not even with your recently installed lordship. Listen to me, buddy. Within the bounds of the Imperium, you have a tremendous amount of power. But right now, we're not within the bounds of the Imperium, we're in the bowels of some random fuck-off tomb world. And thus, if I elect to just casually raise my plasma pistol and use it to cook your eyeballs in your fucking skull, there is very little you can do about it. And there is very little anybody else is ever going to do about it either. So, maybe dispense with the tough guy act. Is that what you're here for? What is it? It is a monolith. We call the Shard, and as you have noted quite aptly, it is the reason I'm here. Oh, it's a Catan prison, is it? Oh, well, that's worse. That's a lot worse. Wow, yeah, no, that's a lot worse, Xavier. I don't think you understand just how much worse that is. As you've noted quite aptly, it is the reason I'm here. This construction contains an ancient, or rather pretty ancient, being of cosmic power. Well, a part of one. They were called Catans. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I am here to color it. Well, that's smart, but I don't know if you can do that. No one in this world is capable of taming the power of the true Ignea, the Star Devourers, and if you think even a small and imprisoned part of one of them is going to yield to you, you are mad, monkey. Mad and short-sighted. Furthermore, as well, the count is still $10 to side with him, $10 against him, which means Arch gets to decide. What is a Catan Shard and what is it doing here? Well, it's basically a god. I'm part of one. A specimen of an ancient predatory race. Devourers of pulsars who feasted on star systems. Reality itself bent to their power, but many millennia ago an ancient Xenos race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces, and lock them away in prisons like the one you see before you. Well, rather than the defeat, I would say trick them, but yes, more or less accurate. Jonathan Smith elects to break the deadlock, remove the Inquisitor, side against the Inquisitor, then pulls ahead by $2. Very well. And the Ignea are no mere predators, monkey. They are not just another sentient race. The ancient tales speak of a great war between the Ignea and the Old Ones. And in that war, the Ignea found allies whom they promised unbound gifts. That would be the Necron tier. You have seen them, Alantak. Your species called them Necrons. The Ignea granted them everything they needed to fight their enemies, but their largesse came at a price. Tricked into a state that was neither life nor death, the Metal Warriors served the Star Devourers for eons, until they finally rebelled and confined their masters to prisons such as this one. Do you wish to be tricked by their powers too? Your unsanctioned Xenos has a point, Rogue Trader, which isn't the same as saying she is right. The Imperium will harness this creature's power and turn it against our enemies. Of course it will, naturally. Hey, you see this thing here? It's called a xenomorph. We're going to put it in a cage and study it, and nothing will ever possibly go wrong. Calcasar.
Guarantees citizenship.
My boy, you are an Inquisitor. Surely you understand how these experiments usually end, right? Right? You must have seen this in the past at some point. You must have come across some weird alien tech heresy artifact or something, tried to contain it and then failed miserably, right? Well, this is that, but about 1 billion times worse. Cthulhu Nathan, I'm going to give Arch free will, $2 for Inquisitor. Okay, 12v12. And do you think you stand a chance against such power? That's a good question. Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? Yes. But I am not just a human. I am an instrument of the Emperor's will. One of many, and the Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible, with the hands of particular people in particular circumstances. Your skepticism is unwarranted. I mean, you've got a point, but at the same time, no, not really. Nosalfarius, help Calcasar, be a good and faithful servant of the Imperium. Side with the Inquisitor. For $17. Very well. And how will taming this creature help save the Imperium?
The answer.
Over my years of service, I've come to realize that the main problem that humanity faces in this war is the imbalance in power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters. And it is time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it a chained guard serving the Emperor. Again, I mean, your ambitions are laudable, but your IQ is lacking. Unfathomable monsters. This is an unfathomable monster. Why do you think you can put a collar on it and make it your happy little guard dog? Zero Firewater, throw him off a cliff for the Emperor. This sounds like a plot for a movie on how it'll go wrong. Okay. Side against the Inquisitor. $13. Kroner side against the Inquisitor for 50 Norwegian kroners. God, what even is the exchange rate of that? Let's find out. I think it's pretty much... Yeah, it's basically 1 to 10, so... Alright. Side against the Inquisitor. $18. Free will for Arch. $5. There is no free will for Arch at the moment. There is 17 with and 18 against. Wait, hold on. Can I? And then there, $20 each side. There you go. Free will for Arch. $20 each side. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one, scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered morosity will bolster our defenses. Oh. See, every time he says something that makes sort of sense, then he continues on with something like this. So, I have this thing here. It's incredibly dangerous, and I have no idea if I can actually contain it. But I'm going to try. And furthermore, I am going to go get more of these unfathomably dangerous things, and I'm going to chain them too with the same shackle. Again, our primary problem here is not the ingenuity of humanity, it is the IQ of humanity. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours? Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they sleep through the intrusion. And only the Catan Shard emanations could make them stir. Okay, so, to return to this point for a moment, the ultimate fuck-up here would be if he actually managed to resurrect a Catan, which I'm pretty sure would simply just eat the entire universe, basically. Slowly, mind you, it would take him a while, but it would basically be the end of all things if a Catan was to fully return. Unless the Necrons could defeat it, I guess, but they would just about be the only hope in the galaxy. Yeah, this seems like a bad plan. Theodora's research destabilized the Shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. Whenever particles of the Catan Shard energy seep out, many curious phenomena occurs. The destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. Ah, well. Everything's okay then. And that brings us to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plan, so now I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you. But I'm sure you realize that already. That's the second time you've threatened the Lord Captain. What you're planning is heresy. Alright. We are at the decision point, and it is 20 to side with the Inquisitor, and it is 20 to side against the Inquisitor, which means free will for Arch. See, a great part of me is obviously saying, no, this is dumb. In fact, this is retarded. In fact, you're pretty much guaranteed to doom the galaxy by doing this. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week or next month or next year or next century or millennia. But eventually, this is going to end extraordinarily poorly. On the other hand, I enjoy the idea of this ending extraordinarily poorly, and me benefiting from it before it ends extraordinarily poorly. After all, if it breaks loose in 500 years' time, I will be long dead. And in the meantime, I will enjoy my harem of fantastically transformed fourth cat girls, which would be easily within the Catan's power to grant me. MW balls, the Inquisitor is clearly insane. Down with him. Alright. Arch had free will for a little while, then he was denied it.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
That is 20 to side with the Inquisitor and 70 to side against the Inquisitor. Let's see here. And nobody's giving any of their donations towards Kenshi. I told you Kenshi wouldn't be that popular. I told you, little bastards. And they doubted Arch. They doubted him. Let me find time. Thing. That is not what I wanted, no. That was almost a Vorshian moment there. Almost, but not quite. Almost, but not quite. Okay, and then I just put this in a window. I am going to put a timer on it, just to... What am I selecting? That's a very good question. I'll put a timer on it. I'll just need to get all the little dumbity thing thumbs up. Ah, yes, that is actually exactly the one I wanted to bring up. Thank you very much, Thingy Bob. There we go. I'll place a little timer on it down there. And we'll say 5 minutes. Kenshi is not stream game. See, I agree. I entirely agree. There's not even anything particularly interesting on my time bar here. Sankaku Complex, I mean, there's a little bit of pornography there, but not of the Vorsian kind. Royalty-free music, hardly a surprise considering what I do. Rogue Trader Google Drive, that's fine too. Category monster, not girls, just monsters, because I do like a good little horror story, and news and ASMR. Okay, the ASMR part could be mildly contentious, at least in some certain subsects of the internet, but listen. I find the idea of weird people whispering things to me rather pleasing on occasion, okay? That's just how it is. Kenshi would be watching Arch flail about the desert for 3 hours, then get enslaved for 4 more. Actually, it might start with being enslaved. Remember, one of the... Okay, to put into perspective what kind of game Kenshi is, one of the easiest starts in Kenshi is the one where you begin enslaved. Why? Because it gives you food and access to resources and the ability to train yourself. To build up your mining skill, and do lots of stuff like practicing lockpicking, for example, in a safe environment. Unironically, being a slave in Kenshi is safer than being free in Kenshi. Sankaku is straight lol I Arch, but not horse, so you're fine. I mean, they do feature the particular cultural aspect that you refer to on occasion, yes. But primarily I go there for watching them talk about Japanese news, which is a rare occurrence in other areas. What kind of mods would you use in Kenshi? Well, definitely the one that allows you to attack multiple targets simultaneously. That one's good. Not Alfarius. If you had Normus with you, you could have your own pet Catan Shard protector for the Expanse. Whichever you do, I'm curious to see how the ending changes. Support the Inquisitor, though. Very well. That is 40 to side with the Inquisitor, 70 to side against the Inquisitor. I imagine, well, it's kind of like one of those things that encourages you to do a second playthrough, right? Where it's like, oh, hey, this thing. If you were, like, doing something with Nomos, you could do this, and then you could actually, like, do it properly and safely, which would be cool, but I am the kind of guy who cannot play through these games multiple times. I just can't. I know some people do. I know some people absolutely adore to play through RPGs like this multiple times. I get confused by the very intention to do so. Like, why would you do that? You've seen the story. Why would you play through it again? For the combat? God, no.
Heresy is the question. Fire
Your time is not counting down, it's counting up? Yeah, well, I said 5 minutes, so when it hits 5 minutes. Listen, if it's going up or down, isn't that much the same thing? Isn't that much the same thing? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Upwards to 5 minutes. Okay, it might be slightly confusing for those watching in retrospect, but they'll understand. Maybe, possibly, maybe. Yes, not Alfarius. You should not. You should not. You gave a lot for the Incendia thing, and thank you very much. So you should not spend too much. It is always important to keep money for yourself first and foremost, chat. That's always important. That's what I'm doing. Chrono Trigger. The only RPG I've played through multiple times would be Dragon Age Origins. I've played through Origins like 4 or 5 times. And Vampire the Masquerade. I played through Vampire the Masquerade like 3 or 4 times too, but I don't really count that as the same kind of RPG, you know? I think, okay, what I'll do is I will do, because people don't seem particularly interested in Kenshi, but I'll keep it going for a while just to see so everybody gets to see it, notice it, etc. What I will do is I think I will do a... Oh, there we go. 5 minutes. Bing, bing. 5 minutes, and that is side against the Inquisitors right there. Yeah, I want to do a little celebration thingy too. Sorry, I'll do a funding target for Vampire the Masquerade, I think. See, I kind of don't want to play that game, because I feel like people really should experience that game for themselves, but it has also been out for absolute ages, and I saw a tweet the other day, which was comparing Vampire the Masquerade to Starfield, just like the dialogue, right? And described like one of these games was made by like 30 people, the other was made of a studio with more than 1,000 people. And it made me look at Vampire the Masquerade and just be like, yeah, that was a ridiculously good game. And it gave me the urging to play it again. Alright, side against the Inquisitor. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. Farewell, then. I am glad to have made your acquaintance, His Supreme Glorious Greatness, Arch of Terror. Despite everything, eliminate the rogue trader. At least he's courteous about it, you know?
Bow before me.
Show them no mercy.
Even at the very end, he's nice about it. He's like, oh, I see. Well, I am, of course, mightily tragically peeved by the fact that you've elected to become my enemy. But very well, fair enough. Pip and all that. I suppose we shall fight now, then. 1,000... Oh, a slight difference in hit points. Cassia, you be over there. Uvugar, I feel like you should be tagging those as soon as you can for obvious reasons. Inquisitor Mystic, Adelblad, I think you're going to be dealing with that one. And I feel like I should be in cover, but I don't have the movement speed to get into cover. That could be unfortunate. Alright, first and foremost, Uvugar. Tag those two. Wait.
I'm afraid not.
Really? Oh, come on. What do you mean, no line of sight to target? Video game. Sometimes video game. Sometimes you infuriate me. You do that. You know that. You must know that. Surely you must know that. Well, that was not actually what I intended to do,
this
but...
tedium is beneath me. Fortune favors the swift.
That's
if
a little bit of the problem, because I was kind of hoping to use Argenta to tear those two guys down. And that plan has now been pretty much ruined by the incredibly poor turn order. Right, this might be very, very unfortunate indeed. Okay, well, I mean, if you want to fight Adelblad instead, I'm more or less fine with that.
Hold on. Die!
Oh, that's true. I played Mass Effect 1 through twice as well.
I will.
Here we go.
I should do a playthrough of the Mass Effect series at some point, but I know that Kibbs is still in the middle of doing that, and I wouldn't want to do that whilst he's doing it, because that'd be weird. Oh, there's more of you up there too, Jesus. Are you okay there, sir? Are you done? You finished? You having a hard time figuring out what to do next, do you? That's fine. We all need to think about our moves a little bit. Dum. There we go. Right, Cassia.
Emperor, give me strength.
Let's see. Can't really do that without hitting Adelblad, can I? Oh, well, I can do that, and I will do that. Buff Adelblad, because he's currently the one getting his shit kicked in.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Is the Inquisitor not taking psychic damage? I feel like he's not taking psychic damage, which annoys me slightly. Actually, can I see Argenta now? Oh, somehow I can't, okay.
Isn't this a job? Another foe painted black.
I'll just put you out of your misery, and I still can't see Argenta. Right, well, I'm going to debuff you.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
If you can be debuffed. I feel like maybe you can't be debuffed. Oh, boy, okay. Yeah. I'm not even going to start reading through that list. I'm just going to assume that he's immune to psychic powers.
I've suffered worse.
Let's get to it. When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed.
Irrelet, my darling. Let's see. There's a good shot for you here, I do believe.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Fairly low chances of plonking multiple shot into Adelblad. Good. And put that one out of his misery. Close enough. He's probably going to die of the poison.
Let's make it quick.
Mass Effect 1 had a crap combat system. I mean, kind of, yeah, but see, okay, Mass Effect 2's combat system was definitely better. Like, I'm certainly not going to argue that. I'm definitely not going to argue that.
In thy
But
light I stand.
I didn't mind Mass Effect 1's combat system. I really didn't. I don't know. There was something there was something chill about it in a weird way. I didn't hate it. And I actually really liked the idea of the combat system too. The whole
I'll do it.
The whole idea that combat basically had come down to who could throw the most bullets downfield. And so you didn't really have magazines because everyone had basically developed means of just pumping out slivers of enormous quantities of ammunition, right? Which I thought was cool. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's probably how combat would work in, you know, in a scenario where you actually have basically infinite ammo. Whoever can put the most of it downfield first would probably win. And so the only real difference between the factions would basically be rate of fire. I thought that was neat.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh god, this thing has one. This thing has one shot of ammo, does it? Oh,
as the Emperor
interesting.
Commands, I act. I'll do it.
Out of my way. You bite like a
Then, of course, they completely retconned that in the second one because, well, there is something good about reloading. You know, there's something feels-wise advantageous about having a reloading mechanism. Because people enjoy reloading their weapons, quite simply.
So shall it be.
Yeah, it gives you... Can I kick you? I can, yay! It gives people more of a feel that they're in combat. Damn, you can parry my attacks? Holy shit, that's... I don't think I've ever seen that before. So I see why they did it, even though I think it actually made the universe less interesting. Pew.
You don't stand a chance! Not a problem for me.
The final battle, and I've finally arrived at a point where I can actually kind of shoot people semi-pseudo-reliably. Oh, how fantastic.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
Come on, Adelblad, give them the smackdown.
An exemplary strike.
Give them the bashings. The good bashes. The good schmackers. The good smash. No, how dare you try to pick on Cinnamon Bun Kitten, you filthy whore. Luckily, she dodged.
Let's get to it. A born predator does not become prey.
Why do you run from me? I don't like all of this regeneration nonsense that you keep going on about. Alright, Cassia, my darling. First and foremost, liquefy that man's skull. Much appreciated. Secondly,
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Thirdly,
in the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
let's see, that will put my dudes at a little bit too much risk, won't it? Yes, it will. What's the wildfire at? -3? Okay, let's not use that
Faith
one.
without
Yep.
deeds is worthless.
And die.
Doubt is for the
Oh,
weak.
that was a... Oh, okay.
I'll do it.
And die.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Are you my Emperor?
Very good, very good. How about you do that again? But first...
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Reload. As the game hiccups. Revel in
Doubt is
slaughter.
for the weak.
You may have survived this turn, little Calcasar, but you will not survive the next.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Your lackeys will outlive you, Xavier Calcasar. Unless this is a boss fight with multiple phases, in which case... Maybe the game is going to do something dumb and have him jump inside of the Catan Shard or something. I could see it. I could see the game doing something as silly as that.
Position.
Silly. Oh, how did you
This
miss?
tedium is beneath me. I deal death with my hands.
You rusting,
Ancestor Sky.
Hold on.
Oh no. Plasma weapons.
Is in battle, who shans bleed?
Wildfire? Almost free now. Good,
I
good.
act. Faith without deeds is worthless. But you, my Emperor! As the Emperor commands,
I don't think
act.
you're gonna live through any more of this, Xavier Calcasar.
For you, my Emperor!
I feel like he's yelling at
I'll
me.
do
It's
it.
like, please stop shooting. This is what, like, now the 17th round of shooting you've done against me? I know. Ah, yeah, there we go. I knew you were gonna do something
Doubt
gay
is
and
for the
dumb like
weak.
that. It's like, I have 22 hit points left. I'm gonna use them to go inside of this giant thing. You are, aren't you? Yep, I can't shoot you, which means that you are probably planning on doing something gay. Alright, well...
Victory! Grey hair, sure hand.
Already done.
Let's try and retain enough...
Suits my purposes.
Enough extra damage.
Nothing I can't do.
Enough resources to be ready for when he
All too easy.
jumps inside of his battle mech.
Indeed. Target well struck. An exemplary strike.
You're not going anywhere, sir.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I do dick damage to those Inquisitorial agents with psychic powers, don't I? I really do.
It will be done.
I mean, they can't possibly be blanks. They can't be, because if they were blanks, then, you know...
Me? If
I
you
feel like
insist,
that
Lord
Mystic
Captain.
right there should currently be screaming and clawing his own eyes out because he's standing directly next to a blank. But maybe that little caveat or
Swift and silent.
point of information was overlooked a little bit by the developers. Possibly, I guess.
I hear you moving. No more.
Because, yeah, blanks isn't just that they're, like, immune to psychic powers. That is obviously a pretty large part of it. But the bigger part of being a blank is that you are literally perceived to be an abomination by all other living creatures. Like, all other
Faith
living
without
things,
deeds is
humans,
worthless.
xenos, etc., they perceive you as some kind of weird, monstrous, creepy thing. As if you have no soul. Basically, psychic blanks are viewed much the same way as gingers are in Hollywood. As something to be eradicated and removed with extreme prejudice. Good job, Uwogai. You completely failed to shoot that tech priest.
Suits my purposes.
Here we go.
If I may,
That really does no damage. Okay, can I hit you? I can't. Okay, well, you just
isn't
continue
this a job
then, I
for
guess.
the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Can you charge
I'd
him?
rather not.
No. Can you shoot him? Yes.
It will be done.
How on God's good earth that didn't hit all of my allies? I don't know, but
I move as if unseen.
that's okay.
I will not. Fortune favors the swift.
Is that all you've got? Let's get to it.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Sir, please fall over. Preferably dead. Thanks.
I challenge you, damn get. See how the die in disgrace.
I really feel like these guys should be surrendering now. I mean, I've met Chaos cultists that have surrendered, and yet these fuckers
My
are...
place is at the fore.
I'm pretty steadfast. Pretty steadfast.
I shall not fear.
I mean, they are Inquisitorial servants, I suppose, so...
No. It is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
Why did I let him get all the way over here, I wonder? When I could have stopped him. It would have been so simple, and yet I elected not to. How weird. Hello there, Nomos. Flat.
Smite the Xenos!
Stop the Catan Shard. You don't say. 13,250 hit points. Well, not a problem, of course. Yes, absolutely, certainly. Without pause, sir.
I am a navigator,
Ulfar?
not a servitor.
Would you mind going over there and standing next to it? Thank you.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And Argenta, darling.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
It's time you start getting really, really going here. 2%, I'll take it.
This is why I
Better to hunt alone than with you.
doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, I did set fire to Ulfar, which is unfortunate, but I have begun spinning up the chain gun that is Argenta. 52%. Really? You think there's a chance you could possibly miss that thing? I'm impressed. Here, put some toxic on it. I am sure your dot damage will be highly effective against the Catan Shard.
Guide me.
I'm not, by the way. I'm pretty sure it'll be completely and utterly useless, but hey. Yes, let's mark it as prey too. Wow. Quantum Cognition. Any shard or copy of the energy orb remains. Each time it is attacked, the Catan Shard will gain a stack of reconceptualization, trigger reflective retribution on the attacker. The orb. Well, I don't see any orbs here, so I don't know what that's referring to, but I'm sure it's something terrible. Adelblad, we'll start by buffing you. And,
follow my lead.
It would be nice to have had... Actually, that might... Yeah, that might. That might actually pen it in, which would be cute. Right, we shall start with simply casting debuffs on it, because it's gonna probably take a while to kill this thing, I imagine. 84 damage.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
98 damage. It's not nothing. It's more than nothing, it's true.
So it shall be. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument.
Should have stayed on my ship, Nomos. Yeah, kick it, why not? Ah, it's immune to knockback. Weird. Oh, but I trapped you in a little corner. Eroding shard copy. Okay, so I guess this is the thing about the... whatever the what. So, I need to destroy the copies, I think. But its stats are reduced whilst it has copies out.
Rejoice in battle!
I'm going to operate under the assumption that I need to destroy the
resides
copies.
in the will of the righteous.
I'll do it.
Because that's usually how this works.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And maybe that will reduce, like, his overall hit point pool, too.
Faith without deeds is
Oh,
worthless.
lucky for me, Argenta can destroy a copy in basically one shot, which is quite good.
Of time, seen their last.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Can I see that from there? I can. Bit risky leaving Argenta out in the open like this, but I kind of want to kill them. Good girl, Argenta, good girl. Revel in the slaughter.
That is for the weak.
And reload the gun. Okay, was that all of them? I think that was all of them. Good girl, Argenta. Very good grill. Very good grill. Exceedingly good grill. A first-rate grill you are, Argenta. First-rate grill. Hey, let me buff your aim and do that again.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
God Emperor, move through me. Be
And we'll
the
get you
fire
back
in
into
my
cover,
heart.
methinks. Wildfire's down to 1, nice.
Faith without deeds
Slam on
is
the
worthless.
debuff as well. And start pumping those rounds.
This is why I was chosen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was so much damage, I actually activated its next fucking thing. Oh no, that's an energy orb. Okay,
I'll do it.
Wildfire. Do I destroy the energy orb? I take it I destroy the energy orb.
Doubt
Can I
is
destroy
for the
both?
weak.
Maybe.
My Emperor. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen.
Okay, well, you still seem to be in pain, so I'm just going to keep doing this for a little bit.
Faith without deeds is worthless. For you, my Emperor.
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
I'll do it. Guided by faith. As the Emperor
Destroy that
commands,
one.
I act. Each strike is a prayer.
God, she is so...
This is why I was chosen.
She is so roided up right now. She's doing 200 fucking damage in single hits. God, I love Argenta when she gets properly roided up. It is just... It is just abject madness, isn't it? It is just abject fucking madness.
Nothing
Here,
I
Argenta,
can't
let
do.
me buff you a little bit more, just in case.
I don't have time for this. All too easy.
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay. Oh. That was a lot of shots. Am I dead? No, I'm not dead. Okay, good.
Victory is imminent.
Alright. Hello there, Mr. Shikitan. Copy. I'm just gonna run away a little bit and,
I'm not interested. That's not the Seneschal's job. I'd rather not.
Charge you.
Ha-ha! An
And I hit
exemplary
you.
strike.
And I would have loved to shoot you, but apparently I can't, so thanks. Idilet.
I move swiftly to strike.
That could hurt. Yep, that did indeed hurt, but okay,
I
kill that.
understand your intent. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I can shoot it, so I'm just gonna ignore it for now. And hope that it's nothing
if
bad.
I must. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Cassia.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Only 3,800 points left, not too bad.
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I do like how chill he is about all of this. He doesn't necessarily care, you know. He's fine about that with all of this.
Me?
Sure, he's getting shot by a bunch of ants, basically, and they're attacking him. He doesn't know why.
This a job for
He
the
just
serfs?
woke the fuck up. He doesn't even know why he's awake. He's just getting attacked by a bunch of randos.
Watch and learn.
A prominence
Not a problem for me.
star.
Like, he's not entirely certain what's going on, but he's clearly in combat of some sort, and so he's trying to defend himself, even though he's quite groggy this morning.
The fame-hungry come.
You imagine how confused you'd be if one day you woke up and your bed was just infested with ants biting you aggressively, shouting at you, cursing your name. You probably wouldn't understand either. And you would probably continue to defend yourself.
I have become the Allfather's worthy instrument! What else but canvas of paradoxes?
Soul belongs to the Infinity Circuit.
Ah. Well, your soul belongs to this guy very soon, it'll let him free.
By claw and fan,
And
the
Ulfar.
foe will be torn asunder.
Steady superiority. Continue blasting. Do not stop blasting.
Bites of death. Gone. The room of centuries is faster than light.
Take the victim's place. Aha. Structuring shard copy.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Right, I've got free wildfire now, don't I? No,
I'll do
2
it.
AP. Okay, fair enough. Right, kill that first, because I don't know what it is, and that makes me sad. And distrustful. Good, good. Then, let's see if the controlled shot thing is still bugged. 0% hit chance.
Faith
Okay,
without
it
deeds
shouldn't
is
be.
worthless. I'll do it.
Let her rip.
This is why I was chosen.
I have suffered the singularity of annihilation.
Catan Shard. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. It is impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon quark by quark, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existent in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something is hindering it. You are the cause of these hindrances, only now does the Catan Shard turn its focus to you. For the battle was nothing more than the reflective resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving it in a way that would benefit all. More and more tears appear all over Shard's form. Tears? Tears or tears? As the yoke absorbs its power, it becomes increasingly hard for the Shard to maintain its physical structure. Each imperfection you inflict brings the Star Predator closer to imprisonment. Okay. As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her. After giving you a probing and appraising look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. Alright. Well, we have sided against the Inquisitor. Think about the Catan. Mental contact is effortless. This is not communication. Such a powerful being cannot comprehend communication with anyone but his equal. It simply bears the gift of making the other hear and understand it. So grand is the potential of its thought. Sense the motives, hunger. Khan wishes to be. All Catan exists to spread and conquer, not to stay manacled within untime, where it was entombed by the contemptible sentient tools. Away from all that is, the Catan wishes to ascend, sate his hunger, and embrace once more the pure exhilaration of claiming and taming reality. Try to understand the benefits of his promises. Power, eternity, comprehension. The Catan once chose to reign over the short-lived races and forge a new and glorious fate for them. It has learned from its mistakes. Now it will only bestow its gift upon the chosen few. Oh, I know what your gifts are, creature. The Catan can grant you your thoughts falter, for it is difficult for your mind to fathom the full scope of the word. The Catan can grant everything. Do not listen, reject the promises. Do not allow your mind to be clouded, Elantak. No one is capable of receiving everything, or granting everything. Not even a star-devouring Ignir. And the shard of an Ignir cannot even grant itself freedom. Alright, chat. 3, 4, or 5. It is the end of the video game, I do believe. And so chat should be allowed to choose. There you go, little ones. And in the meantime, first you press buttons, I will be right back. Let's see here. Number 3. Oh, bug report still active. Interesting. Number 3 is in the lead 57% to 24 and 18. That's a pretty solid lead there. Really, little rat bricks? You do not wish to enslave it to your will? You do not wish for? You do not wish to make it serve you, little rat bricks? My little rat bricks are far kinder than I would ever have thought them to be. They truly are. Rat bricks are like, no! Kill it! Don't risk it! Little rat bricks have scruples. Mercy, mercy, rat bricks, is a gate through which chaos may spread. Chat appears to have elected prudence. Very well. 3 it is, as it seems as if the voting has slowed down. Jonathan Smith, option 1. I mean, trying to touch Theodora I don't think does anything. What is it? Particles of reality around you begin to boil, trying to heal the wound upon existence and preventing her from entering your version of reality. You and she can exchange words, thoughts, glances, but a physical connection is impossible. You are merely fleeting phantoms that could scatter any moment. She's silent, her gaze still trained on you, as she see if she's trying to commit your every feature to memory. Tell me, was it worth it? It is always worth it. You will understand this yourself. Whatever fate you choose, one can only hope it will be better than mine. Chosen meme dead, option 3. Do it. Well, we shouldn't bid war this one. This is the final choice. I feel like democracy should prevail this once. Or should it? Should democracy prevail this once?
Service guarantees citizenship.
That's a good question. Should democracy prevail?
Service guarantees citizenship.
Oh, no, I wanted to zoom out. I wanted to zoom over there again to look into its face. Aww. Damn it, video game. Can we vote for the dictatorship of Arch? You can. Democracy must always bend to capitalism. It is true. You shall bend to my will, then. And the option hasn't changed, but 3 was that one before, I'm pretty sure. Dangerous path. Dangerous path, indeed. Your strike leaves another fracture on his ethereal body, forcing the Khitan to expand one more grain of his attention on maintaining its physical form. And that is all it takes for his power to start flowing into the yoke in an endless stream. The ancient monstrosity lets out an enraged howl, for this is the second time in an eternity that its freedom is being usurped in so forceful a fashion. The Khitan, now in thrall to the heavy yoke, needs no words to know who its new master is. It reads your mind for the slightest of aspiration, heeds them, and elevates your being. Human feelings give way to 100-fold more perceptive waves of perceiving the universe that are intrinsic to the Khitan. You command it, it obeys. Beneath your feet, entropy is devouring what little remains of the Xenos crypt. Before you lies an entire galaxy, a galaxy that is not yet ready for the power that you have obtained. The Khitan Shard, a deity from a forgotten era, was enslaved by the rogue trader. I do like the sound of that. The Empyrean above the Chronos Expand trembles, touched by the winds of great change. Having tamed a deity, the Fonfalensis dynasty became the dominant power in the Expanse. Of course, news of the horrible monster that his supreme glorious greatness, Sir Arch of Terror, Fonfalensis was using to terrorize the entire sector, would sooner or later reach the Imperium and prompt a punitive expedition. But the rogue trader was given plenty of time to prepare. Oh, we've gone separatist, have we? Oh boy. Alright. Pulled between various forces that were desperate to control the rogue trader, his lordship managed to walk the fine line between fanaticism, heresy, and becoming a heartless monster. Each force was either an ally or an enemy, but none were his master. His supreme glorious greatness, Sir Arch of Terror, Fonfalensis, served only himself and his dynasty. Everything else was either a resource or a trophy. That sounds just about correct, yes. Incendia Corda continued her merciless fight against the heresies plaguing the Expanse. Not concerning herself with notions of jurisdiction, she brought the Imperium's justice everywhere she went. killing heretics by the thousands. Stained glass windows with her likeness illuminated by bonfires grace the sect's chapels. With her tightening grip of fear, the prayers of the pious became ever more fervent in their reverence of the gracious chastiser. Resisting the temptation that besieged him, Caligul's Winterscale returned to his domain and began to piece together the shattered remnants of his protectorate. Until his dying day, his actions and thoughts were dedicated to saving abandoned worlds and protecting survivors. Alas, he was not able to achieve much in the time he was allotted. He breathed his last on the same throne that he refused to leave for decades, adamantly refusing augmetics that would restore mobility and power to his legs. The cult of St. Drusus continued its indefatigable struggle to spread the faith around the expanse and expose the vile transgressions of the authorities. The stronger and wealthier a planet was, the less its rulers wanted to see the black-clad preachers. Riots and assassinations pushed the cult to the place where it felt most confident, the frontier. Hieronymus Dolorus remained the most revered priest in the cult of St. Drusus. He turned no one away, hearing confessions from pirates, bilge-rats, deserters, and beggars alike. It might have been one of those undeserving wretches who infected him with a rare form of leprosy that robbed him of his sight. Yet his heart could always see the corruption in the soul of his repenting children. In the following years, the Cognizant fleet slowly and deliberately left the explored system of the Expanse for the furthermost removed regions. Observation stations and claimed worlds were abandoned, and even Euphrates II became derelict. Statistical divination warned the fleet's conclave of the grim events awaiting the Expanse, and they decided to deliver their followers from the coming storm. Yet they did not share the truth with the lay people. Magos Dominus Opticon 22 was sent to the forward scouting squadron by the fleet conclave. The reason for this was the discovery the support he secretly stored in his computing blocks for the discontinuing of the cycle. His ship disappeared without a trace in a research raid. Assassinated. Good. The crisis in the Expanse dealt a serious blow to the business interest of the Fellowship of the Void. Having no powerful allies, they retreated into the darkness of frontier systems. The hard life they faced there forged them into a new tribe. Furious, wild, and willing to do anything for survival. They swore to return and retake what had once been theirs. After Rise's death, her place was taken by a quiet man who simply called himself a helpful acquaintance, and was prone to coining his own nonsensical words. Few guessed that this scrawny fellow had been Rise's first mate, who possessed an iron will and a truly monstrous nature. On his quiet order, the pirates conducted brazen and violent raids. Chaos. Violence throughout the Expanse put many on their guard, and as a result, Casbaliac Mission's business declined. Soon, rumors surfaced among the coal traders about a so-called commission that had made it through the Maw and into the Expanse. Its proposed purpose was to audit assets and take measures to restructure operations. These words carried with them an ominous threat. When Octaviana became the new leader of the Casabala Commission, she made every effort to not end up like Vladium. The mission's leadership demanded profits, and Corda's enforcers thirsted for blood. Octaviana's dilemma sorted itself out when one day all of Footfall's coal traders were arrested and herded onto the Adeptus Amasakis. The ship was undocked from the station and left to drift towards Furibundus, with no fuel and almost no air. Octaviana was not on board. She had made a deal to turn over all her accomplices, and she disappeared with a fortune in thrones. Women can never be trusted. The Imperial Navy was wary of the rise of the Fon Falencius. They saw themselves as dogs guarding the flock of the Emperor's subject, and there was a new master of the pack. Therefore, the dynasty was watched with utmost diligence, and the admirals feared that one day they would have to go to war against the rogue trader. Chastist Chaplain Austerius Thorfast founded the Thorfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. When the rogue trader's apostasy became apparent, the Imperial Navy fulfilled its duty and fought the Von Valentis dynasty. The battle on Dargonus ended in resounding defeat, and the surviving ships fled to distant systems. Disheartened but not broken, the captains vowed to rebuild their force and planned raids into the apostates' territory. I mean, yes, up against the fucking Catan Shard, you're not going to be able to do much. Dargonus continued to grow for 2 decades until a terrifying rebellion put a decisive end to its prosperity. A genetic anathema known as the Gene Stealer cult infiltrated the hives of Dargonus and tried to take over the world. Millions were exterminated in purges, and street battles destroyed many hives, settling Dargonus back centuries and depriving it of its chance to become the capital of the Expanse. Kiavagama washed off the stain of its former defilement and became known as a pious and productive world. Hard work and inquisitive study of the mysteries of the technology glorified the Deus Mechanicus. Kiavagama grew and new manufactorums were founded until disturbing reports started to trickle in many years later. It seemed that someone had secretly taken control of the colony, shrouding it in a tangle of conspiracy. Neither enquiries nor threats to the tech priests or executions helped someone in the shadows was weaving their web and making secret plans. Yarnus was conquered. The Xeno spirits were exorcised and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet and billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. The nobility of the Expanse appreciated the idyllic conditions of the pearl-like paradise. White castles rose above the agri-complexes and their mud, and the shining knights of Janus gifted the sector with many a hero who covered themselves in glory. 5 years after the Epitaph campaign, Weeaboo 6 died out as a result of an unknown scourge that came from beneath the ground. Convicts and overseers were poisoned, mangled, or just disappeared. However, the slave barracks were quickly depopulated, for there was no shortage of outcasted criminals in the Expanse. No longer secluded and forlorn, Foulstone turned into the spiritual center of the Expanse. Clad in gold and power, rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteous for encouragement, and there was no end to them in sight. Treasure and influence quickly corrupted the supreme hierarchs of Foulstone, turning them into a coterie of venal egotistics anointed by greed. As they did dirty deeds under the cover of holy vestments, their power steadily grew. It is hardly surprising that a few years later the hierarchs of Foulstone recognized the blood relationship between their patrons, the Fonflens dynasty, and Saint Cognatius himself. Of course. The great judgment of Incendia Corda and the atrocities committed by her confessional units bled Footfall dry. The station soon faced a labour shortage, and few survivors of the religious purges could handle the increased workloads. Without thrones from the coal trade, the station fell into decay. Footfall entered an era of piety, hunger, and hardship. Left without a sun, the Reichard sector system ceased to exist. Its now frigid planet spun away into the darkness. No longer held by gravitational pull of their star, a century later a fragment of Reichard Medoris entered the Furibund system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall with reverence and used in the restoration of the God Emperor statue as a final memorial to the world devoured by corruption. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn, perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the ruinous powers had managed to get away, hidden the writhings of the warp banished lord under their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or a leader, the wordbearers retreated to the depths of the Immaterium. Their last act of vengeance was the bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids were exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. Rumors of the rotting remains of an Eldari craft world spread across the Expanse. Explorators, privateers, Kazbalak agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to the frontier system to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, whilst others perished in skirmishes with their rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an imperial world, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. But the legends of the forbidden treasures lived on and continued to bring dark, daring souls to ruin. Eldari from the fallen craft world Cruddarch, who once travelled through the darkness of the Expanse in a desperate attempt to gather the remains of their kindred, were becoming a rarer sight. Even the most skilled Kazbalak agents, an audacious bounty hunter with knowledge of Xeno settlements on the edges of the Expanse, could no longer find their trail. Squads of Eldari rangers suddenly appeared on different worlds and disappeared abruptly, without shedding a drop of blood, their purpose remaining an enigma. The spirit monolith, purified by the Harlequin troop on the Crone world, was hidden from the insatiable eyes of the monkey by raging warp storms. Ships started going missing more frequently in the system close to the planet. Even the most courageous captains gave the region a wide berth, and he was named the Damned Reefs. Somewhere on the underside of reality lay Comorog, woven from manifold other dimensions and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns. Its streets ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appalling face. Lost among thousands of other vile blemishes, as long as pain pulsed in his blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Comorog continued its flight through the webway, along with his unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of the Black Heart and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Astrubael Vect. After the rogue trader's visit, dimensional rifts opened around the spire of the Raving Tempest, flooding the spirit of Comorog with demons. This incursion terrified Comorog. The Cabal of the Black Heart managed to stop it, but some Archons saw the event as a sign of their leader's weakness. Others interpreted it as a grim omen for the entirety of the Dark City. The fall of the Cabal of the Raving Tempest united Comorog for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Archon Iremris. Iremris? The fate of the Raving Tempest reminded the other Cabals that nothing lasts forever in the Dark City, save the city itself. Leaving the Necron system behind, the Star God eventually obliterated every tomb world of the ancient Xenos race. The old hatred of the Khitan, betrayed by their deathless servant, whispered inside him. Good! Necrons dead! Good. The voice of Vox Master Vigdis Suri Ota of the Toliman dynasty was long heard in the current expanse, trumpeting the arrival of the rogue trader. It brought glad tidings to the faithful and instilled horror in heretics awaiting righteous retribution after her death. Vigdis was granted the honor of being immortalized in a herald servo skull. For many centuries to come, her voice praised the Von Flynn's dynasty, transmitting orders across the deck. Master Helmsman Raver diligently executed his duties until his dying day without once succumbing to a sleep's sweet embrace. Only when a piece of shell penetrated the bridge's armored hull and was stopped by the stern officer's unyielding chest did he finally know rest, leaning against his trusty helm. Many years later, High Factotum Yanres Danrock sought permission to retire. He said that age had softened his heart and that a more worthy, young and assertive successor should take over his position. There was no shortage of candidates. Under all that fat, Danrock had a sentimental heart. He spared nothing for the orphans of those who had died serving the rogue trader. The children were given an excellent education and were eager to serve the Von Phalanxius dynasty. Urban Drivestem, who is not important enough to be given a picture, cared more about pressing the influence of his line than well-being of the Protectorate. His blind ambition lost him governor's seat and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses of Dargonis turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Goriana Gasprak missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart. Racked by infighting among her distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kiawa Gama disaster. Soon, the Giprak family splintered into warring factions and spent centuries... Video game. I have said this many times, but you do not understand the meaning of the word excess, do you? This is what we call an excessive quantity of text video game. You simply kind of keep going, video game. You seem to not understand. Maybe you should have given me some of this earlier. You know, more piecemeal and part meal. As most people would just skip this avalanche of nonsense. Bad video game. Bad. Soon, the Gaprak family splintered into warring factions and spent centuries locked in a violent struggle, only occasionally punctured by a futile attempt to reunite the house. Members of the House of Assyrian served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses. Yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable seneschal of Assyrian. Clementia Viserion, daughter of Adelrad and Chancellor of Dargonis, executed her duties irreproachably, and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. She was an equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trading ship. She would later admit, like a true Viserion, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. Branches of House Gesprak and Viserion became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Astaria and Vincent. To the great sadness of the couple, and the great amusement of the spiteful Dargonus nobility, their marriage produced no children. Just like her ancestors, Astaria Viserion Gaprak dedicated her life to service. Crushed by the event that shook the stability of his house and his inability to provide an heir, Vincent lived in his wife's shadow. When his time came, he passed away without notice. I don't care about the Harlequin, known as Nocturne of Oblivion, visited the Expanse once again. Sneaking onto Dargonius, he came to the rogue trader's palace and left him a special gift. A case of Eldari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. The Harlequin candidly warned him that he was drawing the Fonfalensis dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom that all will freeze within the threads of Terra's loom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A few hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. After months of searching Dargonus, wardens found the remains of Achilles Scalander on the lowest levels of the hive. The Dracari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated the Ancient of the Inquisition had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. The savage deed that Gorde Skatov, business on footfall, traumatized him forever. His architectural genius was shattered. Only the rare collections of true connoisseurs held his work written in shaky hand: Footfall, the ultimate void station, and mortuary. Adalbert Viserion, video game. I am this close to clicking the continue button very, very quickly and not caring a one tiny iota about what you have to say to me. Adalbert Viserion remained the Lord Captain Seneschal and right hand till his dying breath. House Viserion, cleared of accusations of mutiny, dedicated itself to Dargonus' fleet. When years later Adalbert left his world, the worthiest successor of his received the honor of inheriting the high office of Seneschal. Having completed his last journey with the Lord Captain, Adalbert Viserion, with gracious permission of the rogue trader, left his post as Seneschal and took over the helm of his large family. House Viserion rose above its rivals and was never again the target of persecution, even after their esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed surrounded by his grieving loved ones. After the victory on Epitaph, Argenta left the rogue trader. Why? An insatiable flame burned brighter and brighter in her soul, hungry for vengeance, and so the sister embarked on her own personal crusade. At first she hunted and exterminated the remaining followers of the Final Dawn. Then she pursued those who had abated them, and then anyone in whom she saw a hint of heresy. Even when she directed her wrath against entire cities, no power could stop Argenta, clad in her sacred armor. She left a trail of fire and blood across the expanse, a trail that ended on Sally's prime. No one knows why the sister returned for a third time to the planet where she had found her relic, but after descending to its surface, she simply mysteriously vanished. Her duty done, no doubt, she seppuku'd. Jay Haidari. Nobody cares about Jay Haidari. She died ignominiously somewhere in a dark alley, spat upon by monkeys. Inquisitor Heinrichs von Kanox continued to serve the Imperium and vanished under mysterious circumstances several years later. A plasma wound found in the back of his head, indicating a potential suspect, but no one ever dared talk about that. After receiving a signal encrypted with Inquisitorial codes, he traveled to an unknown distant world from which he never returned. In her journeys with the rogue trader, Cassia Orselio experienced all the hardships and delights of the galaxy. The invaluable experience and new knowledge helped her to finally conquer her fears and accept herself and her powers. The Lady Navigator became Novatora for a house, tasked with addressing the consequences of Tisiphane's rule and the chaos that followed her disappearance. For the duration of her reign, she patiently worked on uniting the feuding branches of the house, forging alliances and expanding the influence of House Orselio. The Starway Atlas, which contained the memories of Tisiphone and Sthathala clan, lost its power. House Orselio's navigators once again had to rely on skill alone in the depths of the Immaterium. Many lost their lives, but those who survived the crisis became hardened veterans and pillars of the house. Most of those fortunate souls were young and brave. Too few among them were old and wise. Despite scandalous rumors about a love affair with the rogue trader, Lady Navigator Cassia continued to accompany her lover among the stars of the expanse for a time. Their love was like a candle flame, warm, tremulous, insatiable, and quickly extinguished. When Cassia took the throne as Novator, love gave way to duty. Some praised their doomed love over glasses of Amasak, while others cursed it and spat in disgust. Yet even after entering an arranged marriage and passing on her precious genes, Cassia kept in contact with the only person she'd ever fully loved until her dying day. As close to a happy ending as you're likely to get in 40k. It yet lasts several more years after the Rogue Trader's grand campaign epitaph. Despite her short life, she left behind many legends and tales of her adventures in the Lord Captain's service, and of the terrible warp phenomena that she manifested. The journey of the Messiah of Discontinuing ended on the Arch Mechanicus Hermetico. With him, the atrocious schism birthed by the Amaranat Collective ended as well. Rest in peace, communist. After bidding farewell to her Alantak, Iriet made her way to her surviving kin. Iriet followed a new path, the path of the warrior. She only hoped that she could never be forced to raise her weapon against the mortals who had once become her true brothers and sisters in arms. After burying his brothers, Ulfar felt the weight of exhaustion and loss on his shoulders. His loyalty to the Allfather was strong, but his heart had suffered much over his decades of battle. Unable to break his vows, he continued to sing the sagas of his pack alone, the last of the baleful howl. Hundreds of legends and myriad worlds are told of the lone wolf, covering his armor with a grey cloak. He would appear and vanish again, leaving only corpses of the unrighteous behind. Stories were crafted about the mysterious avenger, and hundreds of young heroes, wolflings, began to follow him. Ulfar did not call on them. He did not remember their names and did not mourn them. He longed only for an honorable death, but could not find it. He always survived. Thorvald Ironhide led the Stormbiters for decades more, exterminating evil in the Expanse and adding glorious verses to the saga of his pack. When he fell, his successor, Halbrand, decided it was time for the wolves to return home, and so he led the pack into the moor, where they were successful in returning to Fenris. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue trader of House von Valensius, deeds that transformed the Crown's Expanse and prepared it for events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. Thank Jesus. Owlcat Games. Creators of, in this case, a surprisingly balanced game. This one had almost none of the nonsense of Pathfinder, both of them, with the possible exception of the Defiler. But even that one wasn't that bad. And a nice little story overall. Too much reading, too much goddamn reading. And the combat system could certainly require could certainly benefit from a touch-up here and there. You know, it's an okay combat system, don't get me wrong, but it's hardly engaging in the best kind, you know? God, I need... Owlcat just needs to make a proper third-person action game, okay? Give me that instead. That's what I need. That's what I crave from you, Owlcat. Because you make great stories and great characters. And one day, perhaps, you will even make attractive ones. Unlikely, I know, in the current climate, but... Cassia was decent, Argenta was okay, but you couldn't, romance her because reasons. If anything, I would say that Rogue Trader was probably, if anything, a little bit too simple. Largely in the fact that even the endgame bosses barely did any damage at all. Oh well. Enter. Will you read Dune to chat one day? No, I will not read Dune to chat one day. Never. Not even in your wildest imagination would I ever dream of doing such a thing. I'm half tempted to look through the end there to see if, that's a lot of 2D artist, sound designer. You know what's missing here? Voice actors. That's what's missing here, Owlcat. Voice acting. Why could you not have voice acted more, Owlcat, huh? Why couldn't you have hired half of the violins and the violas and the double bass teams and the French horns and the trumpeters? Nobody cares about them. Nobody cares about them. Voice actors. They would have helped a lot. For many things. Including my poor unfortunate throat. Games Workshop. Special thanks to Games Workshop. Don't thank Games Workshop. Games Workshop is not worthy of your thanks. Game Workshop is only worthy of your most furious anger, because they are all weird and grey. Let me guess, this is like every single backer. That is going to be a long list, and somewhere in there is Arch. But I do not wish to... Okay, you know, no, I'm not... No video game, no. Yes, I'm sure. We'd barely gotten to B video game. Alright, finally, at long last, Rogue Trader is finished. My god. Long video game. Long, but enjoyable video game. So, one last time, chat. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donation and for hanging out with me throughout Rogue Trader. And look forward to the next Owl Cat adventure, I suppose. Pathfinder doesn't have co-op, does it? I don't think it does. I don't think it does, no. It's just tragic to me. Truly tragic. Until next time, chat. Have a good night.